As well as on Facebook, Twitter, and Wordpress, so that you can stay updated to all of our broadcasts and future upcoming broadcasts as well.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to KOTR's Open Discussion, Saturday Night Open Discussion Night. I'm not sure where things will go. Kind of up to you guys on what topics you want to discuss. But feel free to ask questions. Share. Definitely share. The more people get involved, the more topics we'll get into. Chris will also be joining us again tonight, on and off. So I look forward to seeing where things go. I will discuss a few of the topics I covered earlier this week. And a few of the ones I didn't, because I almost went live last night. Give it a few seconds for some people to trickle in.
Hey, Drew. It's Chris. I made it.
Welcome, Chris.
I'll be in and out. I'm bouncing between this room and a server room, so.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share the link on Twitter real quick. Hopefully get a few more people in. Let me go ahead and share screen. So we can actually, both of us can actually see this chat. But yeah, like I said, a lot of the topics I covered this week. The dream one was fun. Cyber magic, that was real fun. Because the things I got into afterwards. Well, Almost made me do a live stream last night. Well, I went and watched one of Santos's, what is it, Borcelli? Can't pronounce his
Something like
last name.
that.
It's Italian.
Something like that.
Well, I went and watched his video on the atom, the red and white, or not the blue and red.
Okay.
I can't remember.
No.
Hey, tell you, I mean, I've seen his other presentations, because once you've seen one, it's kind of pretty much what it's saying, his charts and stuff, but he started breaking things down. Man, the sigil, talking about working sigil magic, he just blew my mind away, the way he uses the circles and throws in the weave of the zodiac, even time. Then how we discussed a little bit Thursday night and last Saturday, talking about the double helix, how it represents infinity. He even shows that with inside the circle. Oh man, it just blows your mind back, especially now that I got to watch it with a newer perspective on things, where I'm really seeing the patterns like I have been. It just blew my mind back, all this stuff. I mean, he ties it all together. I mean, he takes it all the way back. I mean, he can do it in pretty much any religious belief, any language. He just breaks it all down to where, you get back to your simplest form. But all it is sigil magic. I mean, he's creating a sigil, putting all these things. How me and you discussed about the cross. Well, what's the cross? Cross can represent not just the tail cross. It can represent the Ankh, Mercury. Yeah, the 5 circle thing really got me going.
I figured it would.
What is the 5 circles? Is this the infinity repeating with inside infinity?
Yeah, to me, it's the unfoldment of the patterns, starting with, starting with the most fundamental. So yeah, it would be the linked infinity, the spiral of the DNA, even the spiral of a galaxy, if you look at it the right way, or solar system.
Right. Well, he also got me thinking because the chart that he did got me thinking on something that I never thought about. I've done a discussion on the Omni-Nil formula, which is basically creating your own universe, combining all the stuff you've been taught, like the Kabbalistic cross, laying out the ritual circles, but creating it so it's a walking circle, so it's your own bubble. Well, I got to looking at it, I'm like, well, shit, got to breaking it down. It's like, man, I could actually expand on that a little bit more now. Just how everything's interconnected, interwoven, how everything relates to one another. But then he got talking on a subject that I kind of found interesting. Because I've been hearing it a lot lately on various podcasts, people talking about the fallen. What is the fallen? We speak of it. Our understanding is that it was the angels that fell, which we now consider the demons or devils, the things in the Geoasia. I decided to take that a step farther. Could it not represent us, in a sense? Could we not be recognized or represented as the fallen? Which I know there's various ways to look at that, because some of that, the fallen supposedly reproduced with the humans, or the angel reproduced with the humans. That's how they supposedly fell. But it brings another twist and perspective on the Garden of Eden, the pomegranate. Anybody that's read Regardi's work on the Garden of Eden and the pomegranate would look at it a different way. It's just like as above, so below. Well, truthfully, you just take tree of life up, but it also goes down. So you just flip it so it covers from your lower body down. And in a sense, it repeats and repeats and repeats, because you can actually see, if you lay it out and you can actually envision it, you can actually take the infinities signs, interconnect, like I showed you on the caduceus, how the serpents wind, but each section was where a sephira of the tree of life would be. Because in a sense, what is a circle? It's an infinite loop. You take two circles, connect them, you get the figure 8, but you also get where it connects into the next, basically transmitting, imprinting its frequency onto the other. Then you start getting the concept of infinity, but you also get the concept that everything's related. Everything in the universe, everything that we practice in our magical aspects, no matter what you're druid, we all practice the same thing. We are all working with energies and frequencies, and as we pointed out last week, I can show you how it's happening today more and more. And people don't realize it, or they don't see it, understand. It's just like our cell phones, how the discussion we got during the cyber mic about cell phones. Isn't cell phones just the next stage to telepathy? Now, if we learn the frequency and the vibrations, can't we just eliminate the tool? Essentially, that's what a cell phone is. It's now a tool. We look at it in a ritual sense. As we learn the properties and stuff, the energies, frequencies, we no longer need the tool. We open that part of our minds up and can do it. There's many different forms. And guys that are watching, listening, feel free to ask questions. Trust me, you don't know where the topics will go. We don't. The more you ask, the more we'll input. New subjects we'll discuss. We don't. Yeah. It's actually in the description, cottage cheese. Somebody popped in, had an essay and wanted to know about cottage cheese. And believe me, I was able to take that to an occult perspective.
Something you were saying about the interlocked rings. If you look at those as like our spheres of awareness. You've got the core, that's you looking from the inside out. And then you've got the edge of the aware. You could say, in a sense, that would be a way you could look at yourself from the outside in. Like kind of that way we see what's reflected back to us. But if you interlock those in the way that the flower of life tells us to interlock them, then you end up with my edge touches your core and the other core of other people around me, and their core, their edge touches my core. I don't know why that just popped in my head. I never thought of it that way.
Oh, probably because you're probably close to what I've been thinking about. In fact, I'm going to show you guys some images. Like I said, I'm working on something that I'm going to end up doing a discussion on, but I don't mind sharing this right now because it's interesting. And it'll get you thinking. First, I'll show you what I'm working on. Then I'll show you the other various forms. Actually, I want to show you, where's it at? This. The perfect representation of it. Let me stop sharing this. This might help you guys understand a bit what I'm discussing.
Oh, yes. That's how I do that's how I do the tree of life. Awesome.
And this is just one image. Let me see here. there was another one that really, I think it's this one. You know what? I'll just do it this way. There's all kinds of images here. I'll just flip through them real quick.
And the best way to do the flower of life, you got to get a compass.
Yes, and what is a circle? It is a compass. It's also the zodiac. It's also the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the other one I came across. Every connecting point. It just keeps going on and on and on.
Yeah, I like that.
That's the reason this is the true power of sigil magic. The trick is when we do sigil magic, it's a quick form for knowledge and information. So once we visualize it in an image, so when we see that image, it triggers the information that we put into that image. So like what I was discussing that Santos was always talking about. You know, he breaks down the word atom. What atom or atom? Yeah, ATOM.
Right.
Well, man, that thing has. When you start breaking the word down, it means atom. It means to turn on. Same way how we get mother. I mean, it just blows your mind. But it's all in one symbology, as you can see, as I was talking about earlier, how the tree of life just keeps repeating itself within each sphere.
Yeah, I see that.
As above, so below. It's an infinite cycle. Each stage is a learning stage, a learning development. Each stage has its own information, knowledge. Now, you guys keep hearing me talk about frequencies. Well, as you can see, the crown chakra has a frequency of 9. The brown chakra, 467. The throat chakra is 551. The heart chakra is 14. The solar chakra is 489. The sacral chakra is 722. Root chakra, 501. This is what I'm talking about in numerology. When you get, because we're taught, if they don't end in a 0 or 1 through 9, you break. That's how you get the frequency. So 14 is nothing but 5. But 14 is the frequency of 5 for the heart chakra. Now, it's like I said, we got a misconception of numerology. And this just goes on and on. And hence you start getting the 432s.
There's a cuboctahedron.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to incorporate this into something else. I gotta find what I'm looking for. Probably have to reshare. Now I'm going to show you what I'm working on. This is it in its simplest form. This is also where we get the indigo star seed concept, was from this right here. Red pill, blue pill, which, you know, when you combine these three, you get the indigo spectrum. This is more the ultra red violet spectrum, same with the blue. But this goes on, gets into a little bit farther, as you'll see. When I start adding things, you start getting the lotus, the 12 petals, which is a representation of the zodiac, which is also the representation of ours. Within here, you can see the cross, which we can form the Ankh, or form Mercury and Venus. Then you start adding this, which is just another form of how the zodiac goes through it, or the infinity. And I'm not even done with this yet. This is just in its starting matrix. As you can see, the zodiac, how it flows through the circle. It's also the hour. Starting right here is 12, 3, and all the way back to 6. So now you can see the interpretation, how the clock was designed, how time was created. So you get back to the ridiculous. Like I said, I'm not done, because even with inside the circle, you get the zodiac, which you also get the passage of time, how certain holidays, why they are. Everything's connected, including the yin and yang, male, female. The only thing that's not understood is the hemispheres. This isn't north, this is actually south. North is down here. The hemispheres are flipped. You know, like I said, that's kind of what I'm working on now, a form of sigil magic. In a sense, that it encompasses all that into an image. So when I see that image, it relates all that. Our planets can be found in there, clear down to the Kabbalistic cross with the petals, or the rosy cross with the petals, the same way with the, as I said, I'm still going to be doing something on Inoculum. Now you can start seeing how the dials were created for the Inoculum, or how we trace to get our sigils for certain names to be found on the tablets. Like I said, sigil magic's a powerful form of thing, but it's a form to help us translate a bunch of information into looking at an image to trigger that information. So we know certain aspects of it, we can just point it out instead of having to memorize all this information. We can use it in a form of sigil, which we do every day. But it's also one of the greatest tools used against us. I mean, what is a meme? Meme is nothing more than a sigil. So yeah, I think I'm going to be re-breaking down, doing some stuff on sigil magic as well next week.
I might add something to the meme, which may apply backwards to a sigil. Memes behave almost, especially when you end up with meme structures, combinations of ideas, the beginnings of ideologies.
Mm-hmm.
They behave like living organisms. They can even lie dormant and reinfect a person.
Right.
So, yeah, I guess, yeah, that would tie in with sigils. Sigils can be looked at as a kind of life form, in a sense, if they're given life.
Right. I mean, emojis, what are they? They're a form of a sigil to represent a word. And that's Chaos Magic 101. And then we take it a step farther. And as we're seeing it now used more in a cyber magic form, through the internet and various other sources of information. We see it every day. We're actually bombarded by this every day. Every time we're on Facebook. I mean, I'm sure if I went to my Facebook page, my home page on my Facebook page right now, we'll find a half a dozen sigils by people. It's a cool image, or it has a meaning. It's just like I pointed out with this painter painting the window of psychotherapist. Well, the window's so small he can't fit the whole word across, so he ends up psycho the rapist. With the psychiatrist standing right beside him saying, "Oh my God, it's psychotherapist, you idiot." But how many people would have caught it? Most people would look at it and think, "Oh, that's funny." but it's the word. I mean, there's a lot of words out there that are used that have a double meaning. They're spelled back. You flip them around, they actually tell you something completely else, and it's like, oh, really? Why am I eating this or drinking this? Certain corporations do it. It's a way to hide a meaning within a meaning, or it's a way to trigger you, trigger a certain psychological aspect within your mind. Like I said, they've been using our tools against us. These are our very own tools. They don't want to call it magic. They don't want to put a term to it. They want to call it maybe science or some proper technical term. When in truth, if you start taking these things back to where they originally came from, they're actually our stuff. From our old grimoires, the great masters' grimoires, stuff that's been passed down through generations by family to family, that they've picked up on, and they've been using these very tools. That's why, like I brought up last week about the chanting, how protesters use actually a form of chant to entice, to cause an emotional arousal, to trigger certain types of emotions. To where we know how to do it as well. I mean, we know we can calm somebody down just by changing the energy around us and projecting it out. Because it's going to bounce off one person. They're going to be absorbed in it. Then once it does that, it's going to bounce from them to the next. There's a simple beauty of the idea of the figure 8, the idea of the circles. Throw a pebble into the pond. What does it do? It causes little circles to ripple, slowly getting bigger. Same way with sound waves. They do the same thing. I mean, what is a musical note? It is a frequency, depending on what scale you're using on the clef, which is the most famous one, is the G clef. G is a note. It's a frequency. It's a vibration. As I had a few other images of an actual piano showing the different frequencies and notes related towards magic, what they trigger, how they trigger certain spectrums. Like I showed you how our chakras, you can trigger them by vibration, frequency vibration, energy vibration, to open them or close them. Once you know the frequency, you know how to either make it sharp, flat, which is what? It's a form of channeling. It's also a form of transmutation, changing a state to another state. It doesn't have to be a physical property. Everything has its own frequency. Even our very own tarot cards. Each tarot card is imprinted with an energy and frequency. All your major arcana has a frequency. Hence, when you see the tree of life with the tarot images, they're actually telling you the frequency of the path, the vibration, the cosmic vibration, the universal vibration. Just like I did a discussion this week for the empath. Breaking it down a little bit more, getting more in depth. How we draw or take or give, but also how not being, basically when we don't open ourselves up to it or accept it, not only do we cause roadblocks, but we also dull ourselves to it. And there is a side effect to it. The side effect is that it starts building up. You don't realize it. You become overwhelmed. What happens when you become overwhelmed? You become sometimes anxiety or depressed, and you don't know why, or drained eventually. What happens when you overcharge something? It will no longer hold a charge, and it'll actually have the opposite effect, causing it to just disperse and drain. You know, we all got it. We're all part of a grant, part of each other. We all affect each other. We don't have to know each other. You know, it's like when I do these podcasts, I try to keep, I try to keep my energies pretty much pulled back to as close to me as possible. Basically, I take that bubble that's around me instead of having it out 5 feet from me or 10 feet from me. I pull it in to where it's just almost barely touching my skin. So as not to trigger anybody, but the only thing I want to trigger in everybody is thinking. I want them to think. I want them to question. I also want them to, express their ideas. Because who knows? You guys might have a key. You might have a key to something I haven't been thinking on, but I haven't spoke because I'm like that. I don't speak on stuff that I'm thinking of. Actually, this is probably the first time I actually showed anybody something I'm working on. I don't usually present it until well after I've worked on it. Except for it was fun. It was enticing. It was causing thoughts, thinking, questioning certain things that I've been taught. Like I said, I'm more in the stage where I play more on the grounds with cyber magic than I do anything. But I can see how cyber magic is a part of all things. It's just taking it to another stage. It's no longer the verbal communication, no longer the spoken word. It's all projections of energies, vibrations, mental thoughts, causing almost instantaneous creation once you get to a certain point. That's why they say the most dangerous thing is a stray thought. The controlled thought is so much strong and so much stronger but at the same time, if you still got road obstacles and blocks, or you're missing certain sections, you're not getting the full potential out of it. It takes a lot of practice, and it takes a lot of questioning. You always got to be questioning and reevaluating yourself. And I think most of us get caught up in the everyday things. And we don't realize how much our mind is actually still doing while we're caught up in it. We're still thinking freely.
I think you're right about something.
What?
To put it a slightly different way, it's important to go to. It's important to when we're going on our day-to-day business, instead of getting into the autopilot thoughts that just bubble up, it's important to learn to have some control over them. That way you can set it, kind of like getting a bicycle tire spinning. You can get it spinning and walk away for a while, have a sandwich, talk to the neighbor, come back to see if it's still spinning. If it's not, give it a push. If it's slowing down, give it a push. You can do that with intent too. You can keep revisiting the same intent over and over again throughout the days, and after a while it becomes automatic.
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's where people get, and a lot of times those people don't, especially, I don't notice it's a lot with the empaths, but this goes to everybody. Sometimes you got to stop, take a break, step back, and just process everything. Look, follow, whatever you feel that you're being drawn to at the time, follow it. Follow the energy. Follow the vibration. It'll lead you right to it. It's just like, well, I'll repeat it again. Me with the e-vapes. Well, I started work, you couldn't smoke there. But they did allow e-vaping. And this was on the whole property, so, if you wanted to smoke a cigarette, you had to go off the property, which, type of business, that type of business I was working at, you can't as a cook, so. But everybody was e-vape. Well, by the end of the month, nobody was e-vaping. If I would have sat there and actually thought about what took place, I would have probably not allowed that to happen, because it actually, what I was feeling was vibrating from me, and it was off of others. So eventually they all quit e-vaping. And it wasn't intentional. There was no thought process about it. It was just how I felt about it. But that also happens to us in return when we're not open or aware about things. Because, we take so much for granted. We take the internet for granted. We take our cell phones, iPads for granted. And wow. I don't know how many watch the Joe Rogan Experience. But he had a podcast. What's the podcast? It was the 9/11 podcast, 911th episode. He had Alex Jones on. Symbolic 9/11 Alex Jones. But he also had, what was his name? Eddie on, the martial artist. Well, he brought up a good point, He doesn't have the CNN, the Fox, those apps, but they just, because he got a smartphone, they keep popping up, advertising stuff. And he's like, man, I don't even listen to this stuff. I don't even have the apps, but they still pop up on his phone. That's why I said I don't think, technology is a great thing, especially as we start seeing the benefits of it, things that we can do. How much more we can learn. We can learn now at a faster rate than before. But like with all good things, there's a bad aspect to it too. Everything has its opposite. You're going to have people out there, they also know it can be used for a means to control, to put suggestions, implement ideas that aren't exactly true or right. Yeah, that e-vape story is a very powerful example of an uncontrolled thought that actually made manifest. But it's also, I had done some research on e-vapes. I actually seen the potential how dangerous they could be to one's health. And, at the time, e-vape was everywhere. Everybody was doing it. It was all, anywhere you go, turn on the radio, you would hear about the e-vaping. Turn on the TV, you'd hear about e-vaping. Anywhere on the internet, you find ads for e-vaping. I tend to find when you start seeing stuff like that being broadcast, there's usually a reason to look into it, because that's just another form of psychological propaganda, psychological warfare. They're pushing something that you wouldn't normally would consider. Yes, it's great to quit smoking cigarettes. All the chemicals and stuff that's actually in it. Yes, exactly. If you change, that's a perfect example. How many times you hear a lot of women out there, and there's men that do it too, how they don't feel, they're not happy about how they look, or they put on a little weight. Well, they allow that to affect them. Therefore, you are projecting out that for others to see. Instead of thinking you're beautiful as you are, others will start seeing in the light, you in that light, picking up on your energy and your frequencies. People like me, that's, we read it, but we also know, okay, there's more behind it. Why is that being projected? And then we look, of course, when you point it out, they're not that open, you might get smacked or cussed out, but it's the simple truth. If that's what you're thinking, and that's what you're projecting towards others, so nobody's going to see you the way you really want to be seen. like me, I try to tune out as much as possible from most news things. I've got my sources where I go, but other than that, this has got to the point where it's pointless watching the news. I mean, everybody wants to argue about something new, and they don't realize why. Just like me. If you asked me a year ago about any of this, I would have never put two and two together, that it's actually our tools being used against us. And I'm sure probably many people didn't catch it or understand it. But if you sit back and think about it, you can see the very implements of how we know how to use these tools. We know how to use our ritual tools. We don't think that somebody else would actually use it against us, when in fact it happens all the time. Which is, so it goes back to what I say. Okay, what's the point of practicing secrecy and oaths when it's already out there? You can see it in science. You can see it in many forms. We just call it something different. We change the name. It's been happening through centuries. They created terms like pagan, heathen, heretic. They all mean the same. Those three words mean the same damn thing. Free thinkers. What is a free thinker? A free thinker questions. So therefore, when they see things that are implemented to control, like dogma, they see it. They speak out against it. I mean, free thinkers is the downfall to religions, because we see the control mechanisms in it. We see especially those with the occult, we're taught from the beginning to conquer our fears. Because if you fear something, therefore we can have power over you. But the common saying, everyone fears the unknown. Not true. Those of us in the occult, we don't fear the unknown. And that's the funny thing. That word in itself, that phrase, is a conundrum, because most people are attracted to the unknown. We're attracted to that. Even though we may say we fear it, the fear is what we are taught. It's bad. It's evil. You're taught that at the early ages until it becomes programmed. It's like repeating a mantra over and over and over. It's made to divide people. It's like we should be able to come on here like I do, having open discussions like I do. Doesn't matter what practice you practice, because the simplest truth is we all practice the same thing. We just have different ways to go about it, different techniques. If you take time to sit back and look, listen, see how the operation, follow the energy and the vibrations, you'll see that we're all doing the same thing. We just call it something different. Because like I said, everything in this world, everything in the universe is a part of us. What's the difference between evolution and creation? Nothing. Who knows? But if you look at it, the simplest way to look at that, evolution is the process of creation. Should never be an argument. There's a process. Everything we do has a process. But we want to get caught up in the division. I find it odd. I'm starting to see more and more stuff. Underwater now. Cities, old ruined cities. Just like I found an article somebody posted off of not Colombia, but Cuba. There's an ancient city that has looks like from the pictures that they've gotten and stuff. It's just over the ages it fell back into the water. We know how the cycles of the earth is. people get caught up in the whole cycle of things. They don't realize it's a natural process. Where our ancestors did. Our ancestors also knew when it came 6 o'clock p.m., that was nighttime. It was time to end the evening. You're getting into the evening hours. They didn't put so much importance on the, now we get in a day and age where, everything we do has got to be timed perfectly so we can do all these things. Which just jumps me back to cyber magic. Well, what if we didn't put so much importance in time? Let's say we regress a little bit on the time thing. It's like we've pointed out a few times. Some of us, like last week, we talked for what seemed to be, well, we did talk for over almost 12 hours. In times where, man, we covered a lot, felt like 5 hours where actually only 2 hours went by. But your body's telling you that you've been at it for 5 hours. I've documented and told people, that people that's been around me and with me sometimes, we know how long it takes to get from point A to point B. A to point B, and you shorten it by 2 hours, most people say that's impossible. You couldn't have been doing the speed limit. But we were. Even if you weren't doing the speed limit, it's still impossible. But yet, we got there 2 hours less than what it should have took. We don't challenge ourselves enough. We don't realize the possibilities that we can do. We read the concepts, we understand the concepts, we understand the principles and the formulas behind things, but yet understanding is not putting the practice. It's not trying the repetition to make it so. That's why I did the discussion on dreams and dreamscapes, dream walking, spirit vision, astral travel. They're all the same thing. It's changing states of reality. A place to go to train your mind, gather information. It's also can be considered the astral. Because when you start reaching certain states of gnosis and trance, in a sense you're actually bringing in a form of realm. When you can do a ritual, and you're in the ritual circle, your physical body's there, but you project into the astral, where you can observe, watch. I see people jumping in and out. I've just been waiting for somebody to actually say something. I mean, there ain't a topic we can't discuss or talk about. Trust me on that one. I think people, I might be jumping around a little too much too.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there in case anybody watching is sitting on the fence and wants to share. I'm kind of jumping in and out still. So I'm trying to keep my little bits to 2 and 3 minute pieces at best. That's about how long I've got before I have to get up and go do something else.
I mean, this is like I'm still trying to edit our videos from last weekend. We just covered so much. And when I go back rewatching those 8-hour videos, it seems like we covered more than 8 hours. I mean, I'm still working on, because we did cover a little bit of technology, which, I think later this week, I kind of changed my point of view on that. I thought technology was probably a bad thing. But when I got to thinking about it, and things you pointed out, it changed my way of thinking about it. It changed, okay, I can see your point. It's just basically it's just another form of evolution. It's a process to open others up while they don't know it or understand it. Those of us that catch it and see the patterns, we understand it. it's a way to let everyone else catch up to us, in a sense. Even though we're all connected, we all share the same energies, vibration. Well, not so much vibration. We all have a unique vibration. That's what separates us. We all project at a different frequency.
In technology, or anything else for that matter, I mean, anything, I guess you could say anything you're not born with. Even our way of thinking is a technology, if you really want to get down to it. But how you think directs how that technology works.
Exactly.
I used to have a really negative view of it myself. I was a country boy. I was aware of computer technology, fairly well up on it actually. I just hadn't used it. And it seemed no more than just another version of television as far as I was concerned. And finally I got on it. I started to find out about it, taught myself a lot of stuff. And I realized what made it negative was not how other people use it. Well, for them, of course, each one individually, it depends on their focus. I had a really negative view. And the same as my negative view on money. I had a negative view on it for a long time. Then I kind of swung the other way, had a positive view, overly optimistic on both, kind of settled down on a neutral, not quite in the middle, but kind of above everything, where they reveal themselves to be simple manifestations. They have no meaning in their own right, any more than a lump of brain cells has any meaning. It only has a meaning when it's part of an organism, and that organism's using it. Mm-hmm. So I see how people view and use technology, and there I would usually agree. For the most part, they tend to use it for either negative or just random purposes. The system itself may find ways to put that to use, like a gaming. Gaming gave people a way. It gave them a useful thing to basically pour their money into and their time. For a while, it seemed like it was just a waste of time, but now some of the world's finest physics simulators come straight from games like Crisis. Graphics cards are hardcore physics simulation devices that they're, especially NVIDIA cards. It's something I've been playing with lately is Zen server, and they offer some general purpose GPU processing where you can link I think it's something like 1,000 graphics cards together, use them for massive parallel processing. Well, gaming gave us that. If it hadn't been for gamers addicted to their games, dumping every last penny they had into it, and possibly even for getting better pornography, that's a driver too. People pay big money for that. That big money goes to drive new technology. So even the things we think are negative and some people consider them gross. I'll take the dark net. For people that have ever been there, I mean, there's, a lot of generic stuff there, but there's everything that you can't find anywhere else. Things that probably should never be found. The sickest of the sick. But even that is like this emerging entity's subconscious. That's the dark recess. And that's where the bulk of everything is at. Over 90% of the internet is on what most people would call the dark net. And it's that simple thing. A hospital database is technically considered part of that, I believe, or one of the terms. All it is the things that you can't ordinarily access from a web browser. Those fit into that category. That's the infrastructure, the things that are never seen. You see a website, but you don't see the 5 machines that built up that website.
Right.
That's ironically, that's what I'm working on right now. Probably why these examples are at the top of my head. So,
well, it goes back to what I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say it goes back to what I caught, I kind of brought up, what's the fallen? But they go out a little bit farther than that. It goes back into the alphabet. Alphabet and numerics. They're actually interrelated. We know this. I mean, the word abracadabra, A, B, C, D. Where's your abracadabra? I can also show you where Christ is in the alphabet, Q-R-S-T. Remember, the older languages, they didn't use vowels. You know, just like computer software, computer programming. What is it? It's letters and numbers. Languages evolve, which bring me to a theory about more a Christian concept, the Tower of Babel, Fiona's Ladder, Stairway to Heaven. And when I finished my drawing that I showed you, the helix, the interconnecting infinities with the lines going through. It's a stairway. You know, listen to the Hebrew linguistic scholars. That, you know, they say that the Hebrew is the oldest known, maybe the original language. Well, I'm not going to get into the argument and debate there, but it is one of the oldest known. Everything we've got today has been derived from it. With this numerics, yeah. The key is connecting the blue and red sphere with the green to get your indigo. It's climbing the stairway. It's also realizing that there is a universal language through letters and numbers. So what happened when they tried to climb the stairway? The civilization was not ready. Either they weren't ready at that time to understand, or they had became too advanced and they needed to be scattered. Hence, you break down the 12 tribes. They are nothing but the 12 zodiac signs throughout the things. 12 stones goes back to the zodiac. When you get into the zodiac, you start getting back into the letters, the astrology and stuff. These are the things we learn as we climb the stairway. Yeah. Checkered board floor, black and white consciousness. Or another scale, G, seventh letter of the English alphabet. I think. Yep, seventh letter of the English alphabet. Also, the G clef, the G note. Women, G spot. Masonic symbol, Masonry, Freemasonry, G7, has a meaning to them. We can see these things. Well, you know, I've been bashing I always say the English language is a butcherized language. Actually, it is not. That's why I brought up the Tower of Babel, the division. We now have a universal language that almost everybody in the world speaks. It is an evolving language that keeps growing, keeps creating new forms of it. The spoken word is creation. You know? So now we're starting to get back to that infinite stairway to heaven, so to speak. But remember, stairway goes up and down. Oh, I've always avoided the English language for most English alphabet and most things because, you know, just my occultic studies, it's more other language, Latin, Hebrew, Aramaic. And, you know, Enochian, another system. But in a sense, if you look at the English language and compare it to the Enochian system, as those that practice Enochian magic, you also understand there's no intoning. It's saying, using the right pitch, using your own frequency. You'll know when you get it right because it just vibrates. You feel it. You feel it bouncing off. Where other language, we had to work on intoning. Like Latin. Latin's important to intone. Certain aspects of Hebrew is important to intone. You know, as I pointed out, even in Hebrew, you can find Christ. Simple QRST. They always seem to be right after each other. And I think the more and more the English language evolves, we start seeing new words created. I mean, now we're starting to go back to the old school magicians, how they used anagrams or mnemonics, I think is actually the proper term, abbreviating words to represent a bigger word or a sentence. We do that all the time with Twitter, texting, OMG, TBH, FTW, you know, we keep you, and the list goes on. It's evolving, it's becoming a language within itself. What are you doing? You're going back to our principle, taking the vowels out of it. And you can even take language and represent it as in with the tarot. If you do the sequence, you get 78. And there's 78 decks in the tarot. There's how many arcane? 22. Remember, we count 0. So it's not 21. It's actually 22.
In the poker deck, I've heard the poker deck being described as the tarot with God removed. It has all the major arcana removed.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why some consider it evil. I don't, but the poker deck can be quite useful. I've seen people use the poker deck for tarot.
Yes.
I've attempted. It just doesn't. I like the pictograms. I like those hieroglyphs on the cards to trigger my memory. I figure whoever put them on there knew what the hell they were doing better than I do.
But using the concept of poker decks or pinochle decks, what do they think? You can actually create, it's a good way to learn how to create your own at first. Before you go to actually make your own, start out with a deck of cards. You know, draw on them, the meaning, the astrological symbol if you wish to what you want to put on it, then use them for a bit. See how much they differ between the real deck. You'll be amazed at, because you get a clear reading off the poker cards that you've created than you do the deck.
I might have to try that. I've never attempted making my own deck. Tarot is kind of a... I didn't even intend to get into tarot until it came into that major sigil I was working on.
Mm-hmm.
I had a couple of decks, but I never really taken them that seriously. I had so many other things I wanted to learn. Finally, it basically started intruding itself on everything I did. Everything was indicated I need to use tarot. So I know tarot mostly from using it not as a form of divination. I use it for that occasionally. But I get mixed results. A lot of the times I end up with a reading that looks, I might as well have guessed. I can't use this. It's, sometimes it doesn't actually suggest anything strongly from the subconscious. I can tell I'm just making up I'm just making up the story that I want or don't want, whatever the case may be. But sometimes I just kind of laugh off the reading, have a good time with it, and
well, in a sense, tarot cards are nothing more than training wheels anyway.
Yeah. Well, I use them as a way to access my subconscious now, but I use other things for that. I look at almost everything as, like, if I were to get some visions, let's say, before I would even entertain the possibility that it might be a consciousness outside of myself communicating with me, I look to see, well, first and foremost, can I use this information? Is there a context to put it into? And in second, as I start to look and see, is this a manifestation of my subconscious? In which case, that's how I know who I'm talking to. I don't need to be so worried about like defenses. If I can detect that it's my
Right.
own subconscious, it's just, I can't communicate directly, so it has to present itself in a vision as, a giant dragonfly or something. Well, I don't need to be concerned with that eating me, or threatening me or scaring me or anything. So if I can kind of recognize my own vibe, then I got it made. But that seems to be one of the hardest things there is, knowing when it's my own self sending it to me, or if a lot of it is actually, I'm convinced, another, individual consciousness just the same as me, sitting wherever it's sitting, doing whatever it's doing, with its own physical existence maybe, and it's projecting the same way I am. We're just linking.
Right. Well, here's another take on that. I mean, what you said is actually correct, but sometimes we get caught up in the process. We think it's always got to be for us. Sometimes we're shown stuff or things are told to us that's not meant for us. And eventually
yes.
down the road, we're going to meet somebody and come to find out that message, because it'll come right back to us. As soon as we meet the person, it'll be like, oh,
Yeah.
why is that in my head again? That message is actually for them.
Have you ever had
It happens
one?
a lot more than we actually think about it.
Have you ever had a message like that, and you could remember having the message, you could remember just about everything about it, but unless you run across that person, it's like it's you have to give it to them, and then they have to tell you what they make out of it before. It's like all you can see is the envelope, exactly like an encrypted packet of data. You can see the envelope. You have no way to penetrate, and even if you could, all you'd get is garbage that fell out.
Yeah, I've had a few.
That's
of
a
those.
weird one.
I've had some where that, it didn't even, still after I told them, it made sense to them. They understood. They were kind enough to tell me, yeah, thank you, I understand. I got the message. But, I'm set there alone. But I know after that, it's not even a thought anymore. It's like that once I transferred that information to them, it's gone from my mind because it wasn't mine to have. I'm not saying that later down the road, maybe something will come up to re-trigger it to where it is actually mine to have. Just like I got into the parts of cyber magic. How we transfer information to one another, gateway to the soul. To understand how the eye works, it processes information. So when we look into somebody's eyes, we can transfer information back and forth to each other. Hence how we start breaching the gap between telepathy. Sometimes the best conversations we had with each other is spoken. And I know I'm willing to bet people that watch this or watch this later, they're like, yeah, I've experienced that. Where, you guys are sitting around by a fire or whatever, just enjoying the night. But yet it seems like you're having a conversation. Well, you guys are. Your souls are conversing back and forth via frequencies and energies. Those that get more aware, start seeing things more, they'll start feeling it and understanding it. Like we do sometimes here, like last Saturday, we were on such a connection, chat, Chris, we just felt this connection. And the more we got in, people started asking a few things here and there. Things just seemed like, you could feel it. I could feel it in the room. It started getting crowded.
Oh, yeah.
And then other things came, other ideas that were just, because you just get caught. You start feeling the energies and frequency, and it just starts flowing through your natural, and you start, speaking them. This is, like I said, we got a beautiful tool with the internet and stuff. But guys, guess what? This ain't a new concept. Study Tesla a bit. Spirit communication actually started with Tesla. The knowledge he had for his time was more futuristic than anything imaginable. He was entering those fields. He was able to take the information that was being relayed through his technology, the energy technology side. The xylophone. Some of our great creators. I mean, they even say that, you know, the phones and stuff didn't come from Bell or Einstein. They actually go back to Tesla. I mean, there's some documents that Tesla had that is missing. Some of his work is missing to this day, where he actually, you know, they've theorized, you know, it's in government's hands, which, you know, I know in Britain there's a certain library where they have books, rows of books on shelves that's not allowed for public view, because they say the public's not ready for this, or this will change public's ideologies on things. Because we've entered an age where, you know, truthfully, what are our TVs now? Our cell phone screens. They're LCD screens, they're black screens, or black mirrors. Those I will do. I think next week I'll actually show you how to make a black mirror and break it down. I don't delve into it that much because, yeah, I can connect without it, and I'm starting to learn how I can actually tap into that frequency and energy and manipulate it that I need. You know, here's one for you. I can hear people screaming conspiracy theory right now. Check out Buzz Aldrin. He made a comment about an obelisk on the moon. He may want to said a few things, and I think he's done 2 interviews on this where he actually talks about this, how it's transmitting frequencies, and he got in a little depth. Look it up, guys. Why are these obelisks all around? I've actually never experimented with that, and because, you know, normally you don't see 2 mirrors facing each other anyway. Not even in my room. Well, I don't really have any mirrors in my room. I might have to experiment that to see what you're getting at. But, I mean, I can see certain aspects of it. You know, I've seen plenty of people in groups and stuff, they'll post pictures of them with their mirrors in the background, their candles lit, smoke, and you'll start picking up images and stuff, seeing things. I mean, mirror magic can be powerful. There was a reason why back in the day when somebody died, they used to sing as funeral parlors. They'd do the funerals inside the people's home. Well, they used to cover up the mirrors in his houses. Anything that could be used as a mirror, whether it be glass on a painting or something, they'd cover all that up. So the person's spirit wouldn't get trapped inside those mirrors. Mirrors are gateways in a sense. Yeah, be careful. I mean, and truthfully, our eyes are in a sense a mirror. It's been proven. I mean, it's like a couple hours after somebody's death, you can go back and retrieve the last thing they see off their retinals in their eyes. It's like a camera. What is a camera made of? A lens. It reflects. Takes reflections, which forms it into an image. I haven't really done anything on the mirror. I've never done a discussion on the mirror magic. But it is a powerful tool. But remember, it's not only a way to scry. It is actually a way to open a sort of gate. Like I said, when they start creating these smart TVs, smart stuff, the smart technologies with these more things, essentially when you go buy these things, technically you're opening a gateway inside your house. Most people don't think of that. You know, some people, oh, you're just talking to paranormal. Well, paranormal's kind of more open than we are about things. Stuff that they found, seen. You know, I tell to other communities, maybe we should take a few pages out of the paranormal community's playbook because they're more open, they're more accepted. Shows you the day and age we live in. You know, these type of podcasts that I'm doing. Yes, there's a few out there that do it. Retina camera sensors, film, etc. all collapse wave functions. They have an active part in reality. Yes, they do. They actually help us bend and shape reality as well. As we're seeing these days, how we can change perspectives of that reality. If I so choose to go on XSplit, put a green screen behind me, I could make it look like I'm talking to you from Stonehenge. But if you're not that open, and for those that really ain't open, I don't know, I'm pretty good on the graphics game. I can make it look to where it looks real. Most people don't think about this. When you do that stuff with the green screens and stuff, it becomes more vivid, more bright. It actually looks almost perfect, and we all know there's no such. It's actually not. That's how one way to tell something's been green screened. Most people don't take the time and effort to dull down the image. And there's other ways. I mean, you can't feel an energy coming from the background because you can. You can read the background. You can read the energies, feel it, see it. Open. That's how you can know. And I mean, bro, just like I said, Brian of iCitizen News, he's a reporter. Well, he ended up talking to a Fox reporter one day. And this guy broke it all the way down to him, how these major networks work. They co-op with each other. Basically, you have one communication system, big satellite, and one camera that's state-of-the-art. That's the only reporter in a lot of these cases that's actually in the field filming this stuff. Then it all gets transferred via the satellite to all these networks. And these networks then run it through their editors and make it look like they're actually live on scene when in actuality they're not. You know, that's how you see the same broadcast on a lot of channels, and it's actually the same camera. It looks like the same footage because they're all sharing that information. They're taking advantage of the information highway, which we get into with cyber magic. Cyber magic is dealing with the information highway. It's a way of transferring information from one spot to the next. You got to look at information as it's not an energy or a solid mass that can actually move faster than the speed of light. So you can transfer from one point to the other point in a blink of an eye, in a millisecond actually, because it has no mass, no weight, no energy. Until it reaches its point, then it's retreat. We experience these things when are we in our REM states, in our dream states, whether you want to call it dream travel, dream walking, spirit vision, visions. In a sense, that's what we do. We are learning. Believe me when I say there's places in the dream states that we've set up, people before us have set up, where we go and train and learn. You know, we're gathering information. You can train yourself. Take what you're working on, let's say your exercises. This is the easiest example. Exercises or defense training, martial arts training. Just don't do it here in the physical, but also take it with you into the dream state and train there. Pass that information, how fast your muscle memory learns it. it learns it quicker than what you are actually learning it here. Instead of taking months and years to learn. This is something the Buddhist monks and the martial artists understood back in the day. That's why they practice forms of meditations and stuff. It goes back to like transmutation, you know, the iron fist. No, my hand don't turn to iron, but I transmute the energies and properties to where it is like iron. You know, but most people stop at that. They don't take it further. They don't take it to the point where now take that, how you transmute, start thinking that process in your mind to be able to actually cause that nail without no physical contact to push through the wood, and have the wood, as it's pushing through, also transmuting the wood to open up to allow the nail to easily slide in, then seal around it once it's all the way through, to where it looks like the nail was in a sense, became part of the wood. I mean, this is advanced stuff. But there's people out there that have shown it, done it. But
there have been some experiments with cognition in cognitive neuroscience that applies to this. What they found is, for one thing, if a person's never been exposed to a pattern before, they won't see it. But more than that, there's strong evidence, and I can't quote or cite the studies, so somebody have to take it on themselves to go look this up and verify. Otherwise, consider it bullshit. But as far as I'm aware, there's strong evidence that shows that not only does the person not see the patterns, they don't exist for that person. The classic and most famous example would be someone put under hypnosis to not see another person, and the person walks in between that person and another person that they can see, and so they're not seeing the first person, but they see the second. And the second pulls out a stopwatch or a pocket watch and holds it behind the back of the first one. The person in hypnosis can read the time accurately, even if it's reset, apparently through the person. If it is true that we're in a simulation, then if you bypass the normal filters, the normal system in the self and the consciousness, you can actually delete data from the flow in a way that, like the experiment goes, where the person can read a newspaper or a document that's behind somebody if they do not allow that person's existence into their reality. And so that would give a different way of looking at it. In that perspective, even what we call energy, it doesn't actually exist until we think some thought that requires it. As long as you can accept that if I do this, this happens, and you don't think about why, this reality has no need to generate the why. It could be that asking the question causes a mechanism to come into being. Kind of like if you're in a virtual reality and you slice something open, until you cut it open, there's nothing in it. The computer does not generate anything until you look in it. So the iron skin thing may just be a way of manipulating a person's view of that data before the reality is even created, which would it would make it appear as if they're violating the laws of physics. But they're just tapping into the programming that creates the physics in the first place. They're not violating any laws whatsoever. And technically speaking, they wouldn't be manipulating any energy either. That wouldn't happen until after somebody asked the question, how did that happen? Can I measure this? Then the reality would have to generate something to measure.
Exactly. Most people think when somebody says information, they think a form of energy. In a sense, information has no energy. It doesn't have energy until we think it would and try to give it that property. Energy would just be an attribute. Energy would be an attribute of the information.
what we call a physical reality would fall out of the interactions of the information, which would mean there is nothing but information. And yes, of course, if you look at, well, how does this piece of information, this information is a tree, how does it interact with this football I'm throwing? Well, of course, there's that level of interaction too. That's where energies, and you can calculate those energies. So they would come into play. You would have forces, that gravity pulls down the football and that sort of thing. And so I guess it depends on what level are you operating at? Are you looking into this area? Are you looking into the simulation? Are you looking into the code of the simulation? Are you looking up one reality up to where do we exist? It's like if you're in the game and all of a sudden you want to come out and you find yourself in this reality. Well, you just came from an alien world in the game and now you're here. Well, if you had forgotten that you went into that world, this may be new to you. You may think you just, died and went to hell or something. All you did was wake up. So a lot of people are surprised when they actually do this. The real waking up, more than just opening the eyes, but the realization that you create eyes as you go. You have no eyes to open unless you choose to have them. And so the true waking up, like I said before, it's like when you wake up in a dream. But in this case, instead of just waking up and telling yourself to wake up in the reality and then the dream is gone, the dream world sticks. You wake up outside in this reality and look over, and here's yourself from the dream out into your reality. And maybe all the characters that were with you, since they're all a part of you, and now you've just merged two realities. Actually in a real physical reality, in a measurable way. That's what physics is discovering, is that sort of thing can be done. They may have only merged what you'd call particles together in some strange ways that don't even look like reality merging. But if you look what they're playing around with the probabilities, it's precisely what they're doing. They're saying, well, there's these two probable realities. We exist in one, so I can safely conclude the other is equally probable. At least I can pull the probabilities in. Even if that reality doesn't exist, I can at least create the part as if it existed. And the end result in this reality would be identical. It doesn't even have to. There doesn't actually have to be any other realities. We can just choose from the probabilities. Well, I want to instead of sticking with the normal probability of 1, let me do 0.99 followed by 1,000 nines, 2. Let me do that. Everything that has that likelihood of happening. Let me do that in this context, but leave all the rest the same. And bam, you just created a miracle out of thin air. You just adjust which probabilities do I want to observe.
Exactly.
That may not make any sense, but
actually it does.
I kind of went on a
the
couple
total
of
recall theory. I mean, for movie buffs, in a sense, that's what Total Recall was.
Oh yeah, that was a bit of a reality bender.
Yeah.
And the first Matrix almost was. They killed it in the second too. He was supposed to take that out in the physical world and show that this world too is a simulation. And they totally rewrote the second too.
Right.
He wasn't allowed to explore that any further. Or I should say the two brothers that wrote it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they didn't want that knowledge out there. I mean, in a sense, that was another. Yeah. It was touching on the precipice of cyber magic. I mean, what is
Dark
a
City?
Nothing. Just another
City.
Form of magic.
Yeah, Dark City played with the same concept, but I think they did a better job by keeping it more symbolic. It didn't fool you into being an action flick. The Matrix became an action flick. That's when I knew it. Right. I wish The Matrix had been a Z movie, not even a B movie. Low budget, horrible acting. I wish it had been. They probably could have got away with telling the truth that way.
But it is interesting, some of the movies that Keanu Reeves has played in.
Oh, he's a hell of a guy, from what I hear.
I mean,
and
Yeah,
feel.
I've heard he's very open, especially on occult topic subjects.
He just
And
got
very
that
in
vibe
tune.
about him.
Well, that's why he did he personally demanded to have the role of Constantine for the movie,
I gotta check that
which
one
is
out.
probably why I can never get into the series, because once you see somebody that projects that role, plays that role perfect, you embody that person. I mean, just like for me, yes, the Batman movies, Joker. To me, the best Joker will always be Jack Nicholson. He portrayed that role, but don't get me wrong. Keith Ledger, now, man, he brought a new aspect inside to the Joker. More of a darker twist. But yeah, there's many things. Like I said, a miracle is nothing more than magic. It's the
Keith
actual...
Ledger. I think he tapped into Loki or something. I think he tapped
Yeah, I
into
think so,
something he
too.
couldn't hang with, wasn't prepared for. I've known people.
Well, no.
I've known people that did that. If you ever, here's a warning out there, by the way. If you know anybody that's into Marilyn Monroe, discourage them any way you can, or put up barriers if you can. Setting up what amount to idols to Marilyn Monroe opens up the 5 or 6 entities that LaVey taught her how to channel. She was outright possessed.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that on multiple occasions and stages.
I spent 3 years cleaning up the damage from something regarding Marilyn Monroe. That's how I discovered
But
that. I kept wondering, why is
look
this?
at that. How many? Go ahead.
I kept wondering how in the hell. I went through the house and actually did a weird thing where I turn on all of my sight so I can actually see, even almost in the physical. And this one entity kept popping out, and it would switch forms. It would be kind of an ugly, small ogreish, almost like a nastier, more evil Smeagol kind of a look, to a beautiful woman. And finally, I saw a picture of Marilyn Monroe with some different lighting, and I noticed, well, if I were to use a different frequency of light on her face, maybe ultraviolet, it may show up that way because the features were the same.
Mm-hmm.
And now watch some footage of Monroe and compared, I kind of got a vibe off of that, felt it, like, okay, that feels familiar, but that's way in the background. Something's taken over here. And then I started to look into it. I just on a whim, I put up Marilyn Monroe, and just to see if anybody who had been around her ever actually witnessed her working with anything. Search terms like Marilyn Monroe and occult, Marilyn Monroe and demons. Of course, I got 95% bullshit by people that didn't know what they were talking about. Then I found, yeah, she actually worked with LaVey. He taught her quite a lot. That's how she got over her stage fright and a few other things. And so that means that, yeah, it's very easy to pull those entities in just with a poster of Monroe or something.
Oh, yeah.
Gruesome shit. I didn't expect anything that gruesome.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it goes back to what we were discussing the other night about some of the stages and sets, like movies like The Exorcist. There was some weird-ass shit that happened filming that shit. There's a bunch of people. Look, when you start delving into that area, so you're opening those doors to those things. You don't know what's going to come through those doors. I've also, I've heard, let's look at that scenario, though. Been over, 50, 60, 70, 60 years, 70 years since Marilyn Monroe? But let's look at some of the women that have tried to bring her image back. We've seen it a lot in the early 2000s.
Yeah, I watched a young kid
Gwen
go through it.
Stefani, Christina Aguilera, Lady Gaga. They all
Madonna?
At one point, yeah, at one point, they try to portray her. You'll see them change their appearance. And, you follow the stuff back, you see some of these do have been taught somewhat in the occult. Which is, nothing wrong with that. But, who's teaching them? That's the key. Are they being taught the real, or are they being taught to be used as tools and manipulated? And they don't understand that. And like you said, we do have to be careful what we idolize or what we consider as mentor. I like saying mentors. Taking any farther than that, you're starting to push on idolization. You know, which is a dangerous aspect, because when you do that, you know, it's like our discussion about artists. Well, in a sense, artists have become, they're broke most of the time. They don't become rich until well after they're dead, so therefore they've never enjoyed the physical aspect of having the idea of being rich. They get the enjoyment of their work, but yet in a sense, they become, in truth, the essence of the god. Their work is idolized. It's almost worshipped in a sense. Therefore, we are now allowing that person to live beyond the normal aspect of things. And when we do that, we're also allowing that person's ideas, beliefs, energies to continue to flow in this reality, in this universe. Even though it's just one connection, we're all connected in a way, in some way. All the energies are a part of us. I think that people don't realize a lot of things we actually open ourselves up to when we start idolizing chanting. Because it's a form of thing. It's a form of magic. When you focus on something and study it, I mean, it's just no more than taking a sigil, drawing it out, putting it up, meditating on it. You're gleaming inside it, gathering the information within it, transferring it to yourself.
Can be like a personality template too, just on the purely psychological. It's never made sense to me. Maybe I don't know how I ever came up with that view. I've never idolized anybody. I've looked up to people.
Right.
I've seen actors and actresses that had characteristics that I felt were worth copying exactly as they did them, but I've never gone so far as to idolize a person. It just seems like, why would I put all this effort into getting rid of my own construct? Why on earth would I want to put another construct, an overlay on top of that one, and then put 20 overlays on top of those? It's like putting on 10 coats to go out. You know, you put one or two on, if it's cold outside, that's fine. You put too many on, you're going to overheat. They're just too heavy. They're going to weigh you down.
Yeah, you got to be, you know, like I said, you got to be able to change. It's a layer. It's cool to have multiple layers and multiple aspects of things. But it's like, I say it's like having a hat. You take it off. You put the next one on. You're not keeping all those layers on, even though they're a part of you. They're, what's the word, technical term I'm looking for? Let's say.
Oh, what's the concept again? I'm sorry, I was typing a command into a server. What was it?
Like having multiple hats, how we store information but don't use it until it's time to use it.
Oh,
in an organized sense. Compartmentalized.
Catharsis? No.
Not catharsis.
Catharsis is a change that shakes up everything, I think. Or is it? Oh, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
Basically, it's just like they don't change from in and out of one aspect to another.
Where's our resident
There's
linguist?
an order to it. It's not chaos. Yeah, I know.
Where's she at? Maybe jab at her with a stick. Maybe she'll hop out of the bushes or something. Or fly away, one of the two.
I'll just type it in the chat. that word.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. You got it. You got it. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
But yeah, we got to be able to do that with the process. You know, that way we don't get all these layers on at once, because then they can start conflicting with each other. Hence, when we say being able to change from one state of reality or one mindset to the next. Or changing from one aspect to another. Everything has its opposite. Some has multiples. For every opposite, there's another set of opposites. Now, and we're starting to see it more and more with the English language, because as it evolves, and it's an evolving language, we're coming up with new ways to say things. As we introduce, texting, we're getting back to the older forms of magic, stripping the vowels out.
Yep.
To where, 3 letters can mean a sentence.
Man, LOL blows me away. Do you know why?
Laugh.
No, if you remember a little bit from algebra, you remember absolute value of a number, whether it's positive or negative, like absolute value of negative
Right.
3 is 3. Well, if you take absolute value of 0, this also gives you how 0 equals 2. You can take it further in number theory, but I don't understand all that side of it. I'm just going to take the simplest. Absolute value of 0. Well, that doesn't really make much sense. Take the absolute value of negative 1. You get negative 1 and positive 1. Negative 1 plus positive 1 is 0. But absolute value of negative 1 plus the absolute value of positive 1 is 2. So LOL equals 2. Every time I see that, and I can't get around that now, because it tells me absolute value of 0. And that's the 0 equals 2 degree.
Well, I mean, 0 through 9 is the basic construct of all numerics and linguistics. Remember, we attribute
what's
a letter to a number.
What's Crowley's 0 equals 2? Where?
That is a grade.
Yeah.
That is it the Zealiter grade?
Something. Also, if you pull the 2 1s, if you pull the 2 lines out of the 5th circle, you get 1 0 1. I don't know. LOL just does that to my head. Maybe that's a goofy thing. I'll get somebody thinking out there.
You also got to remember another way to form a frequency with the grade system. There's one's in a circle, one's squared. Most people miss the concept of why the second number is always in a square.
Okay, yes, that is how they got the 0 equals 2 degree.
It's the degrees of states of mind, states of frequencies, and energies. With the neophyte being a beginner, the adept, the next stage. Then the Zealiter, Adeptus Minor, Adeptus Major, Mangus, Impletor, and I'm sure I missed one somewhere. Like I said, I don't put too much emphasis on titles for a reason. They all have their purpose in place, but outside of that purpose in place, once you learn, you realize that's just it. And that's the problem. Too many people get caught up on symbology. Well, the true essence of a symbol, once I learn the symbol, the properties and stuff, I'm going to create something to make it my own anyway. So my symbol of that is going to be different from what, like I said, these are all just basic beginner tools to teach you the properties, the aspects, and the attributes of them. Once you learn that, you create your own. Vitro.
I've noticed a lot of people.
Alice probably created.
Go ahead.
Or Agua. Those are all have a meaning of something completely different than the word. Yes, agila is also an Enochian word. Oh no. Most people attribute, since it's in the Golden Dawn, the OTO, that it's Hermetic in Hebrew. Actually, no. Agila has a meaning something completely different in that sense. But it also is attributed to not the Enochian language. Like I said, they give you stepping stones. They just don't tell you. You know, as you advance and learn, you start opening these doors, and you start seeing, okay, now I understand why that was there. You know, Yad, Hey, Va, Hey, Agila, basic ritual of the pentagram. This is Jehovah. As I pointed out, abracadabra, A, B, C, D. Also, the symbol I showed you guys earlier. It's the first half section of the circle, leading and making something manifest into creation, the spoken word. Then we learn to take it farther from the spoken word to the silent word, the non-form, where the true power is actually at. That's what silence means. Silence does not mean secrecy. Does not mean keep silent. To know, to dare, to keep silent is just that. Not to keep silent, but to project silently, not using. And there's actually 32 ways to break down to know, to dare, to keep silent. One day I'll break that all down. Or I'll get somebody else to do it for me. You know, just like the paths on the tree of life. They're all a form of frequency and energy vibrations and properties and aspects. You know, the sword in the tree is another form of understanding, enlightenment, and knowledge. Once you learn to walk the tree, you become the flaming sword of the tree. It teaches you how to transverse and run the energy through the tree and up to the starry heavens and below. Because you're not dealing with light or dark. That's the misconception. You're dealing with yourself. You have an opposite as well. All energy is a part of us, negative, positive. It's a part of you. We put the division between the two. You know, just like for every time we make a choice, there's a consequences to our choice. Sometimes it's not always good, even though our intentions were just that. And I think the more you start realizing these things, when you're more around the right people, more open-minded, more people that kind of see the things you do, want the same ideas, that choice is now reflected off them. And it bounces off, causing the ripple effect, to where that choice has more of a positive, where you intermix stuff, you're getting well, they're adding to it. So therefore now you start to see where, hence why when you get into the ritual circle, that is secret and sacred in a sense, because you want the fewest people to know. You only want those in there to know that way, and you want each of them to know how to cut ties, disbelieve. So they're cutting other people's influences off so they get the greater success. to where manifestation will happen quicker because it has nothing to restrict it, no obstacles. You know, I think solitary practitioners understand this more in the concept because they rely on themselves. You know, so there's reasons to have more people involved, but when you start learning the meaning of silence, you want to be able to take what 21 people can do in a circle focus and do it yourself, and you can. You know, once you get in tune with yourself, start seeing the patterns, you're starting to, a lot of the probabilities become, instead of possibilities, they become probabilities because you're starting to strip a lot of the possibilities of being able to see farther ahead, because every possibility has an infinite amount of possibilities. And you learn to start mapping them. As you do, you're starting to drop them. You're starting to make a straight line. Outcome is a successful outcome. You're removing the barriers, the obstacles. Which is, you know, that's getting more into the technical side of cyber magic, but it's also the technical side of everything, whether we're practicing out of the spiritual module, the energy module, the chaotic etheric module. All they are just stepping stones to the next. We're taking our training wheels off. We're, you know, goes back to what I keep saying, we eventually no longer using the ritual tools because we are understanding that they're already a part of us. Therefore, we no longer need them to access the states of Gnosis, the deeper sides of consciousness. We're starting to connect our left and right hemispheres of our brain consciousness to our subconsciousness. Then it goes a step farther from our subconscious to our soul, to Ferrith, in the tree of life. That center pillar is you. Things flow to the center. And from there we project it out, up, down, into the starry heaven, into the roots, then into Dot, the abyss, where all creation begins. All creation begins in blackness, out of nothing. You know, it's just like a gardener planting a garden. You know, he plants a seed. He tends to it. Then, once it reaches a certain stage, all he has to do is trim and keep the weeds away, and it grows on its own. The creation process has already started. Mother Nature takes care of the rain. When it doesn't, we supply it. You know, it goes back to...
Can I add a bit of trivia about plants? I did not know this until a couple of years ago. Did you know that a plant... let me just ask you a question. What do you think would happen if I weigh a bucket of dirt and account for the water going in and the evaporation and everything so I can get the actual mass of the plant? If I weigh that planter every day, as that plant grows, I'll find, what do you think happens? Do you think it stays the same weight? You know, the plant's, it's grown itself out of the dirt, from the dirt, which means there's not going to be much, maybe accounting for some water. Do you think it's going to weigh more or stay the same?
It's going to weigh less.
Okay. Do you know that it weighs more as that plant grows? Do you know where the plant comes from?
I didn't know that.
That plant is not made out of anything in the dirt. That plant literally converts carbon in pure energy in the form of light. It actually turns light back into matter. Yes, for real. It converts energy to matter. Life reverses the process of decay. Life is...
You're right.
But yeah, if you, like a small tree, what you'll find is that tree, all of its carbon comes from the atmosphere. It adds to the dirt. It doesn't take away. You'll notice some nutrients going, leaching out eventually. So it does use some bits from the soil, but it gets about something between 1% and 3% comes from the soil. a good percentage, I'm going to guess, 10 to 20% is water, and all of the rest literally comes from the air.
That makes sense.
The plant is an atomic.
Think about it.
A plant is a replicator. It works at the atomic scale and actually transmutes energy back into matter directly. Not a metaphor, not a symbol. Actually, directly, and you can, if you got the sensitive instruments to do it, you can actually observe it. A tree is light and carbon.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I was watching a podcast today. Remember, I discussed insider magic, weather manipulation. I gave a little example and an exercise for people to go try, just to prove my point. With the clouds, they've been using this for hundreds of years in cloud seeding. But in a sense, by adding certain particles that they've learned from our practices, they've made a science out of it to where they can just go up there. But the fact is, we can do it ourselves by changing the energy.
Yeah.
Or decreasing certain energies. People remember back in the days, used to have these people, oh, we can make it rain, or Indians, because the Indian rain dance, all they do is changing the properties. Or, like racetracks. Science has tried to prove this theory too, to a point they have. Most racetracks, if the race gets started, they produce enough circular motion that they can cause storms to actually veer around it and away from the tracks. They create their own little vortexes. Once you start learning how to manipulate and use energy, there's not much you can't do. The only thing you can't do is what you haven't thought of yet. Hence this is kind of some of the principles why. Now I am going to eventually do a discussion on the Hitler concept. Why was he after all these artifacts? How, the psychological aspects came into play, the energy manipulation. Controlling the weather is actually a warfare right now. And it's been documented that some of the stuff's been declassified. I mean, their Doppler radar is just another form of a way to manipulate the atmosphere. Like I said, they've taken our tools and found ways to use it. They might not have the teaching, the concept, the repetitious practices that we have, but they have the concept. They have the formula. They just found a way to technicalize it. Hence where the term technocrat comes from. It's just another form of magic being implemented to advance. Manipulation of energy. I mean, don't believe me? Take your hand over your arm. Don't touch it. But run it just over it, just barely above your arm. Tell me what you feel. You can feel it two ways. You can feel the energy flowing both ways. You're made up of energy. But I think you brought up a good point. You don't know until you actually think on it and give it a property. You don't notice it because it's a part of us. It's a natural part of us. It's a natural part of all things. It's neither positive or negative. It doesn't become that until we give it, by our intentions, give it a property of such. We keep it in its naturalist forms like I said, there's no such thing as good or bad, because it doesn't matter what you do, you're still using that energy because it's there. It's part of you. It's part of the universe. It's part of everything in life. There's no differentiating between the two. You might tap into one side or more instead of by doing so. Then when you start doing that, you're starting to actually hinder your work instead of using every piece of it and weaving it together, because it's part of all things. We start corrupting ourselves when we start giving titles, giving them meaning, when they should not have, when it should be used as a whole. Which is sometimes why we get a negative outcome on something that we did that's good. We get the repercussions of a negative side effect when there shouldn't have been none. Because when you start pulling one, focusing on one form of energy, giving it more meaning than the other, you're not getting the full extent. In fact, you're causing friction. You're causing combustion. So therefore, that little bit that all that negative side that you tried not to use because you wanted to give it a meaning, the more you try to avoid it, the more it might come back. Yes, you may achieve what you wanted, but do you get the negative side effect? I'll use my teacher and myself. A friend of ours was in a very bad car accident back in November. No, it's back in October. I didn't find out till November. Well, my teacher, he paid the price because a friend of ours. We're close. We're connected. And truthfully, she shouldn't even be walking now. I mean, that's how bad the accident was. She shouldn't have lived through it. So all that energy that got applied, all that healing, the side effect of it, because, instantaneously, our friend hurt, we end up getting the more negative side because we just focused on all that positive, because we let our minds think of it instead of weaving it as a whole, everything as a whole, not giving it purpose other than what we want it to do in the hospital. With multiple things. It's not the first time it's happened. But there was also, the last time we did something like that was for his daughter. Who had a heart murmur, hole in her heart when she was born. We interceded. Yeah. It was perfect health. I was perfect health. He asked me to be more of the focal channel point. I can take in a lot of energy and weave it.
Ooh, when you're done, I want to share something.
What ended up happening, because the more people that was channeling through me, the side of everything was more natural, so there was no major repercussions other than him becoming a diabetic, which he never was, and me being put down for about a month because I just had that much energy going through me and burn off that much energy. I was drained and had to recover. That was my only side effect. This time around, the side effect was, a bunch of us ended up seriously sick with serious things because we weren't one whole, and we were just doing it quickly to speed up the healing process. So we were actually tapping into more positive stuff instead of weaving it all together, keeping it in its natural form. We ate the backlash. That's what a backlash is, when we just focus on one aspect instead of realizing we're a part of everything. And when we start manipulating that, or giving certain properties more importance than the others, even though it's part of everything, we cause our own backlash. We cause our own side effects.
Yes.
It's something I've been working on of late to break myself out of the habit. Because as we're taught, like I said, we're constantly got to reflect and look back on things and remove old ideologies and thinkings, because they were just part of a training process at the time. Because you got to learn both when you're dealing with it. You just do it in different stages. once you reach the point of understanding that we're part of everything, everything is a part of us, clear down to our last molecule, then you understand how you create. Then you understand that everything you do needs to be of the natural process. Go ahead, Chris.
You're mentioning focal points. And this is a little hint into how some of us work. I'll go ahead and give it away. This is how I work myself. Now, personally, I didn't have a lot to do with the whole Occupy movement, but they did have one working that was happening that seemed to be a perfect opportunity to hijack something due to the symbolism they were using already.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing, which is kind of about a year before that, I'd gotten completely sucked in with looking into a little piece of artwork from 9/11. It was right in the center, laid out exactly like the, I think it's called a Kaaba or Kaab, and the big cube that Muslims have to walk around.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yes, it's called the Sphere. And there's a couple of them made by the same artist. It's a sculpture of a small sphere like a moon or an asteroid hitting a larger sphere. One's partly embedded, and it's one of the only objects that survived when the towers came down. Well, it got moved over to Battery Park, which is ironic because if you look at Battery Park on Google Maps with the satellite imagery turned off and just look at the road map that includes the roads under Battery Park, it is Orion. The sphere was placed in Orion's belt and has, after that, been moved up into one of the star positions up in the shoulder. But anyway, something got me to pay attention to the sphere. Then I noticed there's a very small protest going on that was just about water, and they had a giant a bubble that they sent across a wave of people. It was a big inflatable bubble. That's what they called it. But being there at Battery Park and given some of the individuals that were there, I knew those individuals would make perfect focal points. Then when I watched it, I talked to a few people. We decided that we'd go ahead and, use that as our channel. What we noticed, or at least I did personally, I don't know what anybody else noticed, and nobody ever talked after that. What I noticed was certain people wearing the right color combination were standing at certain key positions in a trance. And given that they were exactly where the visuals were coming from, that was actually a pretty good indicator of feedback there. But I thought that was interesting, since you talk about channels, that's actually a really good way to work. You can make yourself a channel, a focal point, and basically just a way to anchor a set of eyes and ears. And it's kind of like putting in a transceiver, two-way communication device. 1,000 people could work through one person. Or even better, if you've got 2 or 3 or 4 people scattered around, and all of them are focal points, it doesn't matter what happens to 1 or 2 or 3 of them, as long as you got at least one left.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier about oh man, here we go with butcherizing words again. The obelisk that we find in all cultures that was on the moon. Look it up. Buzz Aldrin did say something. Just type in Buzz Aldrin obelisk and you'll find the videos from it and him talking about it. They're focal points, a way to transfer and transmit energy, and you do a little bit more with the stuff when you start playing with it. What is the idea of a ritual circle? Basically, you have those batteries. They're channeling their energies, their thoughts into the priest or priestess who performs the ritual. The priest or priestess becomes the focal point. But we always seem to be, we overlook that. We don't actually realize the process. But in the same tone, you guys are actually the obelisk. You are the, not only are you the battery, you're the transmitters. You're transmitting that energy, that thought, that projection to the center. Anybody ever wonder why satellite dishes are made the way they are? With the centerpiece coming up, connecting, basically the waves of energy hit the dish and bounce to the centerpiece, the focal point, which directs it to wherever it's pointing at. Same way on the receiving end. It hits the antenna, so to speak, then hits the dish and reverberates out, causing a ripple effect. We see this process in our everyday practices of magic, no matter what you call it, what you use. We're always using focal points. So the more focal points you have, the more access. Cell towers, perfect example. Goes back to what I was saying about cyber magic, cell phones being the next form of communication to telepathy. They're showing you, they're giving you new tools that we already know and use. People to the idea, not telling them. Because now they become receivers to what the frequency is coming off the phone. And it imprints on them. So in a sense, now if we treat these cell phone towers like we would treat an obelisk or a focal point, more like what can't we do? Who can we and cannot reach? See, we are the ones that put limitations on things. We allow our minds to create a scenario that has a limitation when there should be no limitations. We create laws to govern things. Most things break the very standards of ideas of laws. We always want a law to control things, control the process. When we go from chaos magic to cyber magic, yes, there's principles of it, ideologies that are somewhat the same, but it's evolving. It's taking the chaotic form and bringing it back into a controlled form, controlled chaos, to where we see clearly, see the pattern, and able to construct the pattern as the way we want. No longer setting inside the chaos. It's being pulled from a creation that's starting to manifest.
Yeah, that control, it lets you take, let's take the cell towers, for example. Let's just say, a lot of people say the things coming off of them, the various radio frequencies are, let's just say they're bad. But you can transmute that too. You can add an intent to them that can stick even when you're not focused on it. That works kind of in a way like cleansing.
Right.
I guess that's probably what's happening when people like to put these orgone devices around. Now, I'm too much into the physics of things to believe there's anything at all with their physical structure. I think it's all about the intent of the mind behind it. But I'm not going to argue whether there's anything. I don't think there's any power in the physical devices themselves. I think orgone is more of a mental, a way of looking at intent as an energy form. But anyway, that's irrelevant. I think that's what's happening when people put them around the towers. It helps.
Yeah.
It's a way of directing and focusing your intent so that you don't, so you just put a positive intent to it. It could be as simple as, let's say you recognize the cell tower frequencies as being harmful.
Mm-hmm.
Wrap that into your own visual system or your inner mapping And do the same you do with any energy. Take it in, transmute it, so when it comes back out, it's more positive, and actually turn it to healing energy. It may not actually be healing, but you know, if there's 10 units of negative energy, it could turn it down to 5. If you want to look at it that way.
Well, let's expand that a little bit more. Now, most days, everybody has a cell phone. So now that I understand this principle and this objective of this, how it works on a frequency, now that cell phone becomes a focal point or an object that I can focus on, visualize, see, and change the frequency that our cell phones, even when they're turned off, are still vibrating a frequency out, still connecting with stuff, trying to connect with stuff. So therefore now I could use that cell phone to change the frequency of it that's being transmitted from a tower, which is nothing more, as I've stated, an obelisk, and allow that cell phone now to become, the frequencies of it to become a thing to channel healing, sleeps, or access to the mind. Remember, guys, it goes back to the principles of magic, the basic structure of the psychic and the second basic structure of magic that I've done discussions on. It becomes an object. Well, if you have an object such as a picture of somebody, it allows you to focus. So now, just think, distance doesn't mean anything. As I've stated, information has no mass or energy. So now, I can make the connections through that. Hence, having smart TVs, mirrors. Because they are mirrors, they're a gateway. Everyone, so if a person I know has one, I just got to pull up that mental image of them and transfer it through the black screen, so to speak, the mirror. Now I can either scry on that or change the frequency of the vibrations of their, that's always projecting. See, the internet age, we're dealing with Wi-Fi. What is Wi-Fi? It's a frequency. It's an energy. It's always trying to connect. Guys, all they've done is taking how we do our magical stuff, how we manipulate energies, and given it a form. Basically, it's a form of creation. They created a tool that allows us to use to much more connect, to create focal points, to where, you know, in a sense, you get it. Once you start realizing, you also start seeing some, hey, wait a second, in the wrong hands, this also can be turned into a dampener, to dampen it, to restrict. We call it dead zones. And if you do not know how to properly understand the structures of magical practice, you willing to change the way you think and perceive things, it makes it that much harder to transfer, manipulate, if you want. And when I say manipulate, I don't mean it in the bad sense, because everybody, you know, manipulate means two things. It has an opposite as well. You know, and it's how we learn to negotiate things, you know, how we feel things, perceive things. Once we become aware to something, we now understand it. We usually have to experience it first, whether it be through learning, reading, dreams. And like I said, our dream states are the best place to experience things. Because in a sense, you know, it can be manifested on the physical level, but you can control it so it's not. You can create a state, a bubble, to where it doesn't go outside the parameters of that. Basically, you're stepping into a different reality that is not part of our physical reality. it's like why I end up really doing a discussion. I'll probably revisit that a few times because there's just so much more that we don't understand, realize what we do inside those dreams. Just like we don't realize our altars. What is an altar? It's nothing more than a channeling point, a focal point, a place to store energy, to receive energy. But in a sense, what else is an altar? Our bodies. It is a temple. It's inside the temples where the altars lie. That's getting into some other forms of magic that I'm not going to get into tonight. Because I don't feel like going back into my settings and changing my channel to age restricted. And don't worry, I'm eventually going to cover some of those aspects too. I mean, like I said, everything's a part of us. There's a natural process to everything. And it's us realizing these things, experiencing them, learning how they affect us, then affect others. So once we realize that everything we do, we have an effect on everything and everyone, including the universe. It goes back to the power of thought. More people believe in something, and more chances of it actually having to become happen. That's what makes prophecy dangerous. Prophecy and visions are different. Most people get caught up in it. What happens because most people relate prophecy to an event, a catastrophic event, or a changing event. When we start giving that more meaning, more people believe it, the more chances and likelihood it comes about. Because it's so cryptic. Where visions aren't as cryptic. You usually know who it's for, what it's about, it come about. Whereas in prophecy, there is no such thing. In a sense, a part of me wants the revelation, the prophecy, as nothing more than the cycle of the zodiac. 12 apostles, zodiac. Like I said, the 12 tribes, zodiac. 12 stones on the breastplate, the zodiac. Once you start seeing this little pattern, yeah, I was going to say wrong window.
Yeah. I don't know how this one got the focus. That was my last command. I copied and pasted it. I had a quick Control V and hit enter, and I'm like, why in the hell is this not doing anything in my terminal? It's the wrong window.
Maybe it wasn't. No, because things do usually tend more you think about do happen for a reason.
Yeah, it can be. That can be awkward at times. That wasn't awkward, but I've had awkward ones. Accidentally, just start typing away and it's in the wrong window, wrong conversation.
Uh-huh. Well, I've had it where I'd be typing something, the window's open, but somehow the cursor was still clicked on the previous window in a chat, and when I hit enter, I was like, where'd it go? And, a few minutes later, and a couple hours down the road, hey, what'd you message me? This makes no sense. But then he goes, but that reminded me of something. Good looking out. I'm like, wait, that wasn't meant for you. Apparently it was.
Hey,
maybe it was. It's meant for somebody. It's like I've always said, there's a message in everything. If we step back and listen, sometimes that message isn't meant for us. that's the drawback to also dream interpretation and dreams, visions and stuff. Sometimes that message we are given or shown isn't meant for us. It's meant for somebody we'll meet later down the road or somebody we know.
Oh yeah.
That's what, it's like when we start talking about things, we might not even know it we might end up meeting this person, for only a few weeks, and all of a sudden that memory comes back. And we say, oh, why the hell is that memory? I haven't thought about that in years. Well, maybe it's because it's not meant for you. It's meant to be given to them. Especially if it keeps bugging you and bugging you.
Yep.
All you really got to do is step back. Okay, who have I been around? Like I said, you just usually follow it right back to the source, and then the light bulb goes off in your head. It's like, oh, now I get it. This is meant for him or her. Okay, let me relay this. Then when you do, it never bothers you again. In fact, you usually forget about it. Unless it pertained to you through them. And usually they'll elaborate to you if it did. Then you get it. It's like I said, there's patterns in everything. It's just seeing the patterns. Or being able to take, especially in this day age, we get so immersed in things. We forget to take a step back sometimes and just reprocess, review.
Oh, that is very true. All the time.
Then when we do, yep. Then when we start doing this, because that's how you build repetition, start learning. First you got to force yourself to do it. Every day. Then it becomes repetition. Then after a process of time, it no longer becomes a part because you just naturally do it and don't even think about why you're doing it. You just do it. Then it goes a step farther to where now you can be immersed in this and it's doing it on its own. There's no longer having to focus on it, taking the time out to do it. It just happens. Just like people's defenses when they set them up to repetition and stuff, or burn them in through using sigils, or another way to do it. It becomes a part of you, so therefore when an incident happens, it causes a trigger which opens those doors, opens that defenses, throws them up, usually blows you wide open. And we become more aware of the situations. Just like I know from talking to various people, many people, even before 9/11 happened, everybody knew something bad was going to happen. They could feel it, sense it. And they got stronger as the days built up to it. But most people don't think until you sit back and you start talking, discussing this. Then they're like, well, yeah, I did too. And it starts bringing up new topics. Well, anybody understand why that happened? Or it happened? In a sense, we feel the echoes. We feel the energies building up for something on a major event will happen. Because, it forces you into it. Let's look what happened afterwards. More people were united. There was less division. There was less caring about what your faith was, what your beliefs were, what skin color you were. We were more united. Well, they don't like that. Because when people get united, people start talking, free ideas start expressing, truths start coming out, and they start losing the control aspect. You could follow this throughout written history. To the point we can take that. What was the biggest cause of division? After that, we start slowly, after about 4 years, started falling back to a normal pattern. But they wanted to make it a little bit more concrete, so what do? We end up having an economic problem. So where pretty much the market collapsed. Some will argue that back, but it did. Either way, the effect of the creation was to further divide. And you can see it. You can take that clear back even to the Roman periods, the Grecian periods, Egyptian periods. It's just like, here's one for let's talk a bit about Egyptian period. Everybody's always been fascinated with them talking about obelisks. Come on, we'll talk about the pyramids. We have flat top pyramid and pointed pyramids. Nobody has really had the concept. Really, people question it, but nobody's really studied it or come up with a hypothesis or a theory. Well, here's a theory for you. Yes. Cryptic, but yes.
Yeah, that's from
the light.
That's Crowley's. It's oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, it sounds like Crowley on the Ruby Star.
Yeah, it's from
Book of Lies.
Liber L. Velegas.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
I think it's also in the Book of Lies.
could be. That was from the 0 equals 2. But what it tells me is that is the reason for the division. That's the reason the divided wants to come into union and the united wants to divide. Always the other state is the desired state. This keeps continuous motion going. Something divides until it reaches the outer extremities, then it comes back together.
Exactly.
People divide, and the division is necessary, and the reunification is necessary. It is appropriate that we have the desire to divide and the desire to reunite. That's what allows us to explore the opportunities, the chaos.
Right.
That's what keeps the chaos controlled in a natural way. Because that was occurring long before we existed. Just with the first element. The first element, hydrogen, in almost all cultures, is a word for God or a word for the breath of God. Hydrogen.
Exactly. Yeah, funny. 1 equals 2. Yep. 1 equals 2 is also a symbol of the T. This is how you understand Crowley. Because he uses a lot of mnemonics. That's the word I've been looking for, not anagrams. In a sense, the T, 1 and 2. 1 as a whole, then you have 2 parts. The horizontal and the vertical. And from that, I've pointed out tonight how you can form the Ankh, Venus, Mercury. You can weave it into the figure 8 in it and start creating your helix. What is the T? The T is also no matter how you flip it, it has an above and a below. Like I said, most people don't grasp the full concept of that saying. They want to say, well, because below is dealing with the negative. No, it does not mean that. I mean, it's the alpha, the omega. I can turn the T into that. But yeah, back to the pyramid thing. The flat top pyramid and the upright pyramid. Now think about the Star of David. What do you have? Do you not have an upright pyramid and a flat top pyramid? It also represents Saturn, which don't miss. What is Saturn? Well, broken down, it means Earth. Man. Now we go a step further. What does the Star of David represent? Male, female. Now, back to the pyramids. What is they? I've never heard anybody say this because we've known a lot of societies, secular societies, Druidic culture, they kept male and female separate. They had institutes for each. Did the Egyptians have the same practices and theories where the flat top pyramids were the more of the female gender of priestess, and the upright pyramids, the masculine form, the positive and negative? Something for you guys to think on a bit. What do we get out of the Star of David? We get the union. The union of male and female. I mean, that symbology is important.
It's also a reflection.
Yes, it is. It's a reflection of the positive, negative. You wish to look at it that way. But
It could
you
be
should be looking at it as a union. The enlightenment of understanding.
I get a more complex way of looking at it.
Isis, Ra, God. Israel.
Yep. Ah, yes. I forgot about that. Yes. I can't get the tetrahedron out of my head when I see the Star of David.
Right.
I see the first tetrahedron as the first fundamental. That would be actually the creation of what we call three-dimensional space, which has nothing to do with cubes, by the way. That's a mathematical anomaly. The cube, there is nothing remotely resembling it in nature except for what's made out of the tetrahedron. Put enough of them together, you can simulate a cube. But what I see is that first, four-sided object, that first, it's four triangles in 3 dimensions. It reflects on itself at each of the corners, which would actually be where it touches its own circle. And where it reflects, that would be what you'd call a feminine aspect. And it would project out, reflect back, but then they would start to oscillate, one into and out of the other, but never, the tips would stay connected and they would never pass through the bases of each other. And the Star of David would be the center, the equilibrium point, which is actually the point of highest energy. If you're to take a snapshot of that gyration, imagine the 2 tetrahedrons attached at the tip. One rotates 90 degrees and flips when it's mirrored. Then it comes back in and does this rotation. That would be where Nassim Haramein might be missing his link for where the torque comes from, the Coriolis effect, where we get a vortex everywhere we look. So I kind of see it as it's this constantly vibrating duality of an original thing and a copy of itself, but it's only an imaginary copy, which means all of the reality it generates is imaginary and only it exists. In other words, there's only that one fundamental little point in space, which contains all space inside it. It just it does this like a weird virtual oscillation kind of a thing. That's where the probabilities come in handy. It helps to just abstract it all away and say, well, there's just a chance of it vibrating. That's enough. I don't know. The Star of David's it's a hard one for me to. I've got such a different perspective on it. It comes from the physics first, and then I'm trying to apply that onto, like when you mentioned the old occult ways of viewing it, and trying to reconcile and get the two to fit together, and they seem to fit rather well. I don't find too many conflicts. It's good to hear more about the symbol, though.
Right.
From history. Each point reveals something new.
And, this comes down to the point, people don't realize how much of the symbology is actually just a form of information. I mean, like this. I got caught up on some stuff. Now, what do we have in this image? We have the 5-pointed star. We have the 6-pointed star, the 7-pointed star, all the way up until the, 20-pointed, I think it goes up to? That goes up to 21. All can be represented in this, inside the circle, the mind, how it connects. As you can see, I mean, from the circle and the triangle, at its simple form, the circle, the ankh, they all have a meaning, whether it be Keter, or the representation of Ha, the circle, the alpha, or the Anya, Om. I mean, clear down to our concept of planetary idea. You can see the synchronicity, the weave, how everything is connected. Even with inside here, we break it up. We have the equator. Then what is it? The line of Capricorn and the line of what? The other one underneath it?
I want to say, no, not Cancer. I forget. I can never remember those.
Like I said, then you put your infinity sign up here, as above, so below. You get the T, the Ta, you get the clock, you get the astrological, starting here, working your way up, which is here's where you'll find abracadabra. Down here you'll find Christ, QRST. You can follow the process from birth to resurrection to enlightenment. I mean, it's in all religions.
Yeah.
I mean, how many would have even degrees? 360 degrees. Our zodiac. Our clock. We'll get into square magic later. Notes on a scale for music. There, once again, you see the representation of infinity. All you do is bring it back around. It comes back around. It's projecting everywhere. No matter what shape you put in it, you can put all things inside it. Circled square. But then you can start seeing the vastness, how everything is interconnected and interwoven, how everything imprints upon itself. Then you can start actually playing with the other aspects when you start getting more into the cyber magic part, the different aspects of realms, realities, dimensions. What is the gates and
Infinity
portals?
is
There's nothing more to
infinity is a tricky concept to work with.
Oh, yeah.
In reality, and here's the thing, the logic of the word infinity and what it means tells us that it cannot ever possibly exist in any form of an actual reality. The reason is very simple, at least from the mathematical perspective of an infinity. If you can, all you have to do is add 1. There is a boundary, and the boundary would be whatever the current state of the all itself is. But the all is ever growing, and so you get a weird paradox where it does grow towards infinity. But infinity is a totally human made-up concept that can never possibly exist. And so I'm not sure what language to use other than the word infinity, and just to differentiate between infinity in the practical world, which means it's so big that we could never possibly measure it. But that technically is not even close to infinite.
Right.
Infinite would mean it goes on forever without any boundary, and even if it turns back in on itself at some point, that too would be considered a boundary, which means it is like Einstein put it, the universe is finite but unbounded. It does have an outer limit, but that outer limit is constantly moving out. In his case, at the speed of light.
Right.
So, no, you could never actually reach the edge unless you started at the edge. But in a fractal pattern, the fractal pattern would be where the space comes from in the first place. So you could say, all you have to do is rotate through the fractal pattern. That would be the equivalent of rotating inside of yourself and finding the part inside of you that matches the pattern out there. That's where symbolism would come into play. If you have a symbol for something, it doesn't matter what the symbol is. It points to a something, either a real something or something that exists in an imaginary reality, which for the sake of this conversation is totally real. All realities being equivalent.
Right.
In other words, the thought I just thought that just popped in my head a few minutes ago, and I had my little, 5-second daydream, was, for the duration, a reality that is just every bit as real as this one to anything inside of it. I just collect the knowledge. I have these little daydreams, create these little realities and destroy them at will, just to explore single ideas. So the whole infinity thing, I get it. I get what's generally meant by it. But I really do think my own explorations out in the non-physical have kind of verified it for my purposes. Things like beginning, end, finite, infinite. For something that does contain all that can ever exist within itself. Those concepts don't have any real meaning. You're talking about something that's self-creating, self-generated. There wouldn't be any beginning outside of it. And if it ended, that would be the ending of even the concept of ending. And so all such constructs, with our ordinary understanding of time, become totally meaningless, and they become quite obviously the desperate attempts of very, very primitive, we're primitive minds still. A primitive, childish way of understanding. There is a fundamental time, by the way, and that's what we're trying to comprehend. But the fundamental time isn't at all what it gives us. Our experienced time, but like our divisions of the day, those have nothing to do with. All we're doing is making imaginary marks. We're going to say, because it's convenient, I'm going to call this period of time an hour, and there's 12 of them in a day. We might as well have called them something else entirely different and only counted 10 of them in a day, or 6, or 12 trillion of them in a day. It wouldn't have mattered. Those are the man-made parts. But certainly, the fractal pattern does unfold in a stepwise manner. That does mean, unfortunately, for people that have the science fiction concept of time travel, there isn't any, in any real reality, there isn't a way to step backwards. You could only simulate stepping backwards. and everything would still follow the same rules. You'd have to step outside of a reality to actually violate the rules. And that's what a lot of people that practice magic, I think, fail to comprehend. There are rules. There are, whether if you're working in the non-physical, in the astral plane, that has its rules. Some would be there already, and some would be whatever rules. Those are, we call our beliefs. If I believe I'm limited and have to have a physical form in the astral, then I'm going to have one. If I don't believe that I need a physical form, if that is strong enough, I may actually be able to exist in this reality without a physical form. But it would also mean that my ability to interact would not exist. I wouldn't be able to interact with physical things except through, I would have to find a consciousness to play that out. I would have to, the metaphorical whispers in the ears. I'd have to be a spirit that can whisper in somebody's ear to get them to move this pen across the table. And I think a lot of people, they forget to work with the rules. When you work with them, you understand they're not at all what people think, like time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does work in a step-by-step fashion. I don't die before I'm born as this entity. I'm born and then I die. In any form of experiencing that, it's going to happen the same way. And even if I try to force it to give me an experience that's in reverse, I'm actually going to get the same old pattern of birth and death, just presented in a symbolic way that tricks me into thinking it can work in reverse. And I think people really get wrapped up in trying to pretend that the laws can be changed as they see fit, as opposed to coming into alignment with the laws. So that's kind of my take on the infinity thing and a few implications of it. But for practical purposes, yes, it's appropriate to say something is infinite. As long as we understand what we really mean is, it's probably so big that the all itself isn't even evolved enough to be able to reach out to its own limits. In the same way, none of us have reached the limits. That's why we have a subconscious. The light is just when we become more consciously aware of the things that ordinarily were automatic processes. When I become aware of a scent triggering my body to do something, I've put light on that. I have illuminated it. The light of consciousness and awareness. It's no longer subconscious. And even if it does get put back into the subconscious, I'm actively working with. I've reprogrammed it by intent. And it's no longer a thing that happens to me where I have random reactions from my body that make no sense to me. Till all of a sudden it's a thing that I can manipulate it. I can manipulate my own responses. I can tell my body to respond differently. So
change the laws.
Yes.
When we change our perspective and change states of minds and states of reality, we actually change the laws. We take the laws from that state of mind and reality, imprint them on this reality.
Yeah.
Hence, like the omni-nil formula. Well, in a sense, it's more than just creating your own universe. In a sense, you're bringing the concept of the astral to the material.
Yeah, you're merging.
You're walking inside both worlds now.
Yeah, you're merging them.
And therefore, you're changing the laws that govern inside that area and around you. Like you said, your mind, until you change that state of mind and thinking, you don't realize the concept that you are right. Every state probably has a law that governs it.
No, the laws are different. Here's the tricky part, though. And this is what you mentioned string theory a lot. And string theory is probably the best one for coping with this. Oh, man, I just lost my train of thought. Damn it. That's what I get for trying to do 6 things at once. I'll go ahead. It'll come to me in a second. Sorry about that, people.
Well, for me, my view of infinity, yeah, I'm using probably the wrong word, but I'm looking at it as what is infinity? It goes on and on and on. So it interloops, interconnects.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're going to step across into the next infinity, and keep going and learning from it. It's just in a sense, it's a reflection. It's more of a ripple than a...
Yeah, that's an excellent point. You take it, I kind of look at it as either squaring the self, multiplying the self by the self, or you take yourself, you experience things, and then we create this imaginary world where we process them and think about them. Basically, what we're doing is a fractal process of iteration. Like you take a formula, you start off with a random number, whatever your output is, you run it back into the same formula. That's how you create a fractal, by the way. And you plot your points.
Right.
Well, if you take your own behaviors out in the world, analyze them inside yourself, what you spit out is a new self. You're continuously, wow, that means the process that we call the existence of self is itself a fractal process, where the self eats its own self and spits out a new self each time, every thought.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Hence the true representative of the snake eating its own tail.
The first time I looked at it that way. Somehow you triggered that. Thank you.
Then there's the other aspect, circled square. Okay, when we're walking this infinite circle, we are actually in a circle square because we haven't allowed ourselves to envision that infinity is infinite. Therefore, the next infinity hasn't imprinted itself. It hasn't intersected to connect, to allow us to walk into the next plane. As long as we're in the circle square sense, what is circle square? It's the earth. It's before we come to the enlightenment of understanding. We're starting to open, starting to understand, but we're not fully there. So therefore, we're confined to that one circle. Then when we go from the circle square to the circle and then the triangle, now we're slowly opening up to another stage of understanding and enlightenment. We're slowly building the building blocks to connect the infinite to the infinite, the impression, and allowing it to imprint on us to where we can step on to another stage and start walking it and traversing it. We still have the reflections and imprints of the other one, but we're now entering a new process. Same way with our cycles with the zodiac. It's just a cycle that repeats. It's never the same. Like I said, there's many things that govern it, many things that change it. You're not going to have the same winter every year. You're not going to have the same summer every year, same spring, same fall. But the concept's there. You know, come the fall, everything dies, starts to decay, goes to sleep. It hibernates.
And you have long-term seasons too, where you find patterns like that in the earth. It's warm, it drifts to cold, drifts to warm.
Mm-hmm.
You could say that they might be on a, let's just say, I think the 26,000 year cycle people like to play with, the precession of the equinoxes.
Right.
The crossing of the galactic plane. But there's truth to that, by the way. When we're above the disk, the dust cloud of dust, that pencil-thin disk, we get direct rays from the center of the galaxy, mostly Sirius A and B.
Yep. They actually have the most effect on us.
Yes.
Depending on which
that is
a point in time.
One of them is not a star at all. It's what you're seeing is the material when it becomes extremely bright. Essentially, it starts to annihilate right before it falls into the black hole.
Right.
So a lot of black holes, when they're still active, they're some of the brightest objects out there.
Well, let's talk about dark matter for a second. I want to run something by you.
Okay.
You've brought it up a few times. I don't really bring it up because I've only experienced ectoplasm a few times. Well, could we not consider ectoplasm a built-up of dark matter, antimatter?
It could be. I would say it depends on this. If it is a manifestation of the collective mind entirely, then I would say it is not matter at all. It is not birthed by the mother of physical reality. It's directly intruding from the mental sphere. And there would be nothing to measure. There would be no physical energy. It would require a fairly high level of consciousness to perceive it. Whereas dark matter is very much physical matter, the same way as your desk is and your computer and your arm are
Right.
physical matter. It just doesn't interact. The most popular theory is that it's something known as WIMPs, weakly interacting massive particles.
Right.
Because dark matter does have mass. This tells us it's not an etheric or astral kind of an energy.
Okay.
It does exist in the physical world. In fact, it exists a lot more than physical matter. But what's interesting is that if it has enough of the characteristics of physical matter, chances are life has found a way to exist. The pattern we call life has found a way to manifest through that too, which would mean you do very much have dark matter entities. And they do
Right.
have mass. They would have a gravitational, if you've had one the size of a planet, it would have probably a, give or take whatever particles it's made out of, it would have more or less the same gravitational pull as what we'd call a physical planet. It just would not behave some of the laws on one side of supersymmetry. So if I'm getting this correct, this is where my theoretical knowledge might be kind of sketchy. If I'm not mistaken, part of the fivefold levels of symmetry, if we want to use that old model, one or two of the symmetries are kind of rotated in a way that creates new symmetry, but looks like a violation of symmetry. That you can have something with mass that only interacts through gravity. You could pass through it. It would not interact with photons. You wouldn't be able to see it with any kind of light unless you could detect the anti-photons, but it might not be reflecting anything on that side of the symmetry. Remember, there's many different kinds of, it's not just a single flipping where it's positive or negative.
Right.
Essentially, you can take any kind of charge attribute or spin attribute of a particle, flip it, and then you can even look at it on the wave side of the particle. You can start manipulating probabilities. And that's where it makes the most sense, is there's a probability that it will interact with this other particle this way. And so, as far as dark matter entities, for my spiritual and mystical purposes, I'm not only entirely convinced of them, I regularly interact with them.
Right.
But the common ground between what we call ordinary matter and weakly interacting dark matter, you're not going to be able to talk. They're not going to vibrate the air. And the air you vibrate is not going to have an effect on them. And so it would still require communication in the astral or etheric or whatever metaphor a person prefers to use. For me, it's all just crosstalk in a database, which is where it gets interesting, because you can crosstalk in a database and you can take any time slice you want from one reality and communicate in any other time slice in another, including the record of your own reality, which creates the illusion of time travel.
Right.
And your consciousness just chooses to inhabit the newly generated reality, which makes it look like you just altered your timeline by yourself without introducing a paradox. It's because there are no timelines in the first place. There's only a simulated probability of a timeline that takes place in a step through steps. So if you play, in other words, if you were to play the steps backwards, that part of it would appear as a recording being played backwards. But if you were to jump into the reality for real, it would not, nothing would move backwards. Everything would continue to move forwards. You'd just be reversing your steps in time.
Essentially looking into a mirror. When you look in a mirror, you're actually looking at the reverse side.
Not quite. Well, it gets really
like a camera records the flip side.
Okay, if you're in World of Warcraft and all of a sudden you want to play around with time travel, you want to go back in the past, what you're really going to do is bring the record of last week into the current gameplay and regenerate a new reality based on that, combined with the current. Your steps are you're still going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression in time slices. There is no other logical fashion that any form of a reality can function. That's why that level of time is considered fundamental. there can be nothing except equilibrium without time. There's zero probability. This probability itself is related to time. But our concept of time, and that's what hangs us up big time. We confuse our particular perception of time with the absolute time.
Right.
Now, perception can change radically, moment by moment.
Oh yeah, that works third shift.
And
Third
you can
shift
even
person that's working for a while. That's, their day is actually night.
and
They start their day.
You can effectively. Oh, how do I put it? What's the best way to put it? At least in the experience of a consciousness, all time moves forward. There is no other possible direction. Now, I'll just keep it at that and keep it simple. Because the full exploration of the difference, why we perceive time the way that we do, why that's different from the absolute time, why there is an absolute time, that the all itself, even outside of the all, and a time would actually be something that would exist without anything to calculate it, which could actually be the first fundamental probability, the probability that there can be a probability, which is bizarre. Anyway, I got to quit there because my head just went off in like spaghetti in 100 different directions.
Yep, that can happen. I do that a lot. Yeah, there's many, like I said, there's many theories. I don't know why anything came to me. When I told you I stepped away for a bit, it just came to me about something. I don't even know how the two would even relate. But it was just an interesting thought, so I just figured, why not? Let's see what somebody's got to say about it. Could an ectoplasm be considered a transmutation of dark matter into a solid object? Then from that solid object, another transmutation occurs and we get shadowing, or the shadow people.
Yeah, it's possible. That's why I started it off with, it would depend on if that ectoplasm is purely, if it requires a conscious mind, or at least a highly, like us, if it requires a human or something equivalent to human to perceive it, it's probably a manifestation of consciousness. A lot of the things that we experience, I project my presence next to you. Except for a couple of experiments that do show a very specific packet of photons. They've actually measured it with people attempting to astral project into a room that's sealed up. They do notice there's a packet of photons released. But aside from that,
you can pick it up on EMF.
Yes, to a degree. But that appears to be more a leakage from the root reality into this one. What I would say is this. I have not projected anything. I'm using projection as a metaphor for a way to transmit information to another consciousness that happens to be having an experience in this reality, and I'm choosing to do it in this reality. If I use my preferred method, which is where I send my higher self the message. My higher self tells your higher self, which trickles down to yourself here. What that's probably doing is, that's like your character in World of Warcraft sending information to you, the player, and you reach over and elbow me sitting next to you with my controller and say, hey, Chris, my character said, you need to go find this object under that rock. It's a magic object. And then I go find it with my character. To our characters, it appears as if something non-physical has occurred.
Right.
To us, because we're the real people, our characters, they just think they're real. We're the consciousness driving the character. I'm talking to you, I reach over, I may write it down and hand it to you. I may walk over to your computer and point to your screen to tell you where to look. So it could be that by treating this physical reality as a physical reality is wrong in the first place, and we should treat it as a simulation. Where if you want to manipulate the simulation, you don't do it from inside. You have to find the part of you that is conscious in the root reality, which is what we'd probably call the higher self or a holy guardian angel, or perhaps
Yeah,
even
we
God.
discussed that. Take that one step farther, the true realization that we consider our bodies a temple. What is a temple? Nothing more than a vessel. It's a shell. What does it house? Our soul. So therefore, when we do astral travel, when we do project, are we not projecting our soul? Or when we have out-of-body experiences, is not our soul. So therefore, is our soul just another aspect of the guardian angel?
I would say so. Yes, it is a concept that it seem to be mostly incapable of escaping. But if you recognize that, like people say, you don't have a soul, your body doesn't have a soul. Your soul is in a body. But yeah, I would say it's correct. That's correct. Yes.
To a sense, when we create a magical double, what do we create? We create another vessel to hold our soul.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to focus that way. But in
Right.
reality, if you want to look at it this way, there is no here to be, and there's no there to go to.
Yep.
If
well,
I
just
switch,
like, to our soul, there's no
if I had
concept
no
of
belief,
idea of time.
if I did not have any belief whatsoever that I am a single individual consciousness, all I would have to do to see the world from your perspective is just choose to be in that perspective. And I would be you. There would be no separation. I would not experience a separate existence. I would not be in you. I would be you. You would not be aware of my presence because I would not be a separate I to have a presence. I would essentially just be one of the all's many eyeballs choosing to hop inside of one of its own copies.
Oh, there's a theory
And that's
behind
actually
that one,
the trick. If you know that trick, by which I just gave something away, I guess. If you know that trick, there's no such thing as a defense. You can take the perspective of the all. You want to know what Lucifer thinks? Become Lucifer. And do it by merging, in a sense. And I'm not going to claim to be an I still have this residual belief that I have to have a single focal point. I've only had glimpses like that. But occasionally, yeah, I can do that. That's part of how I get it. I wouldn't be able to get egoic information. I wouldn't be able to, get in the women's locker room or anything like that.
Right.
The ego wouldn't be able to muster an intent strong enough. No matter how bad I might think I want to.
Sleeping, who's astral traveling or projecting somewhere, nobody's home. Therefore, the vessel in the body is susceptible to be taken over.
Yeah.
Which, we don't want to get into this conversation because this could, don't get swirly. It just gives people some bad ideas. Because there is such a thing, even in Golden Dawn and the OTO aspect, jumping into somebody's Tesferis. What are you doing? You're jumping into somebody's body and taking control. Same principle.
I'm not too worried about
possession.
I'm not too worried about putting the idea out. It takes such a high level of focus to do it. But even if a person or a consciousness managed to still be what we call evil, if it has that level of focus, it would automatically have my respect in the first place, and probably isn't going to be inherently evil. I've just noticed if evil or bad is what we call just another word for disorder, if it requires an extreme level of order and discipline to achieve these things, in other words, a lack of fear. Fear is what causes an entity to become evil. Without the fear, in other words, if it has the clarity of mind to accomplish it. Right, some of the things I used to be worried about teaching people, I figured out you have to be so focused to do it that if you're doing it because you're afraid, like getting even with people, some things will work, but the really high level stuff, once you get in the mindset to accomplish it, you'll lose all fear.
You don't have to do anything.
Right, you don't have any fear, and
it becomes happens.
Yes, even if someone chopped your leg off, it would become irrelevant. You'd recognize that was me experiencing something with my own self anyway. And the desire to get revenge seems to disappear the instant a person has the clarity of mind to get revenge. So a lot of I have no concerns. Hell, the attempt to do it would bring a person more towards what we call good or order.
Mhm.
So some things I'm not worried about. There are some things, some of the lower levels of black magic, just because they're psychological manipulation. Oh hell no,
Mhm.
I don't use those myself. I've seen what my ego does with those things, and those are things the ego can put to use. I lock them
Well, it
away,
goes
and
back
I
to what
don't
you're
let
saying
that.
about the
Yeah, I don't let that. Every once in a while, I'll throw it a bone and let it do something just so it's happy.
right. It goes back to what you were saying about the idolizing like Marilyn Monroe. Nobody realized, if you actually studied a little bit more into it, it's probably about 5, maybe a little bit more spirits that were basically using her as a host. She was in the back seat and not driving.
Yeah.
And truthfully, when we got into that little astral projecting thing and, jump into that, it's also, you also got to remember, most people, guards already put in place. So not an easy thing to do anyway. Hence why like you said, it takes a certain degree of gnosis, trance, to be able to even enter that mind state, to be able to do it. Then at the same point, you have the realization by doing it, you're leaving your vessel open for something to come along. But it does explain a bit how possession works. And that sometimes it doesn't just have to be an entity. Like I said, the more people wake up, start seeing the patterns and stuff, and then they start seeing the things how, hey, maybe our own spirits are actually our own guardian angels. Are we just not a reflection of that? Hence where I started off today's discussion about the fallen. Are we not the fallen? Are we not the angels?
I would say so. In the same way, back to our favorite game metaphor, World of Warcraft. We descend one level deeper into a more material reality, which itself, this is where my fractal way of thinking, all descent, if you flip your perspective, is an ascent. We do not descend. We'd become strong enough as consciousness to generate the right rules to make a coherent, functional reality. And then we immediately inhabited that reality to learn what we could learn in that reality, which created new ones, which we're starting to see through our simulations in our games, in our virtual reality. From one perspective, yes, it is a fall from perfection. Perfect allness was also perfect nothingness, because there was not that first step in time. And so perfection is, I guess you could say, if you want to look at it that way, because a lot of people like that concept of perfection, was the most imperfect possible state. It was the state from which there were no other states of existence. And it's not that we so much want to get back there, or we wouldn't have fallen, we wouldn't have descended into Malkuth. We would have stayed where we're at. For the same reason, if you sit on the couch long enough, eventually you get bored and may at least move to the other side. Just because it's, I don't know why, just because. Everything wants to move. There seems to be a fundamental want to everything. It has this almost a desire. And that movement can only go in that direction. It becomes what we look at as gross, horrible physical reality, almost like a hell, is when you crystallize all of the complexity of all of the probabilities, that's what falls out. And so from the other perspective, it is near perfect, and the only way to make it more perfect is to go deeper, which means we haven't even begun falling yet. We have just barely started the fall. We'll create realities powerful, simulations powerful enough that people in there start to live whole lives and generation after generation and create their own simulations, which generate their own simulations. And as long as we never turn the simulation off and just keep adding to it, it grows as we grow.
Mhm.
With the constant flow of information from the lowest to the highest. So it's that as above, so below all over again.
Or we can take, we'll try to take it clear back to the beginning. Adam and Eve eating from the forbidden tree. One could actually interpret that to be Adam and Eve in them embracing the union of male and female and uniting. Therefore, they created. From creation, now they become, in a sense, a god and goddess.
You can also look at it as
from them, the children.
It wasn't a verbal law that said they could not eat from the fruit. It was forbidden because they didn't, if you want to look at this purely biologically, evolutionary.
Right.
The monkey did not have the physical complexity of its brain to have ideas like right and wrong the way we do. It may have, I'm sure some monkeys have, chimps and bonobos and baboons probably have some beginning of a concept. But we're about the stupidest creature that can have that ability. That would have been the fruit of knowledge and it was that our brain evolved to the point where we could have an idea of wrong. And so it would have been the physical laws of our actual biological structure that forbid the knowledge. And it being cast out of that garden was that all of a sudden we had consequences. We could think of what to do. We were no longer...
Right.
If there's food on that bush, we go to that bush. We did not make that choice. Our biology and the environment made the choice. If a person is hungry and gets something to eat, you cannot say their consciousness made that choice. The choice was made by an automatic system, the same way a rock falls into a planet. It's the law. It's just the laws of physics. It's just complex. There's no choice. There's no decision space there. But once a creature has the ability to create an illusion for itself, that gives it the ability to stop and basically think, hey, the environment tells me to make this choice, tells me to do this, but I see something different. I see if I wait a few days, let's say, there will be more food on it. These berries will taste better. So I'm going to eat something else. Be more riper. That my body is not telling me to eat. I will pull up a memory. I will do something no other critter can do. I will go against my own body. That would be the creation of Satan, that my body is the enemy, because my body tells me to do things that don't make sense. Having, my 90th child, at some point it may come in a person's mind, I might want to quit reproducing. I have enough. But the body keeps telling them to reproduce. That would create, as a metaphor, symbolically, the body just became an enemy in its thoughts. Right. Now we have this beast represented as the serpent that the female is always standing on. If you look at, you always have a serpent, a virgin standing on it, in some way having conquered or slain it, in some way showing dominance over it. But it's never quite dead. If you know, a few artworks show it as completely dead, but you can always tell it has been subjugated in some way. But she seems to be passive, incapable of affecting a change in the world. She's a vessel. It's this divine receptive principle that something can receive another thing. It's also, as far as I know, it represents the limbic system, the mammalian brain, the mammal brain, having conquered the reptile brain. And it gives birth to the male child, the first entity that we know of on this planet that can go forward and affect change according to choice. Our ability to make nonsense choices is what allows us to make choices that make sense. If we didn't have the ability to pretend, if we couldn't be wrong, we couldn't be right.
Therefore, we could never learn.
Bingo.
Hence why we have to have experiment something before we understand it. Hence,
Yes.
the simple remember going back to childhood, don't know the difference between hot or cold until they get burnt or they feel cold. Because in a sense, cold is a form of heat. If you prolong your exposure to it, it will burn your hand just with a different feeling. You know, like I said, in a sense, our bodies, in a sense, going back to that whole scenario, our body becomes a circled square. We're limited to what we can perceive. So from eating from the tree or the union, basically realizing once having that union between male and female, the ability to create. Now the experience comes, the experience that we can now create. We can move beyond. We gain new knowledge that, hey, there's a difference here. I mean, there's many ways to look at it. It's how you want to challenge your mind to open yourself up to new perspectives, new ideas, new thoughts. In a sense, our mind is the tree, the fruit. If we're not willing to taste that fruit, eat that fruit, experience it, we do not gain that knowledge, which I know is probably the worst way to point that out that I could have possibly thought of. Like I said, sometimes my chaotic mind will get on subjects that probably shouldn't have went on. But that's the idea of it, to challenge you, to eat from that fruit, to experience new thoughts, new ideas. Because when we start doing that, we start applying that to how we see things, perceive things, and change things. Now, it's just like I said, hopefully eventually more people will get more comfortable with these streams and actually start sharing their ideas. And from there, we'll see where new topics go. Or what new things we'll learn from what you've experienced. Because now you're taking those experiences and imprinting them to us to see and to experience. Therefore, opening new ideas, new things to understand. That's why, me and Chris, we kind of got opposite ways we do things and view things. But in a sense, we don't, because we can relate and share the experience and interact on that level.
Oh, yeah.
We're transmuting basically each other's ideas into new concepts, new ideas.
Oh, certainly. Sometimes I have a hard time bringing it down to earth and understanding how did the ancients perceive this. I get it from this one side, from science. I get my own way of seeing it. A lot of the things that I explore on my own, I never had to read about them. I just explored them and discovered them. But how do I use the ancient wisdom? How do I glue these things together in a way that actually works? So this gear, like the ancient way, what we call the occult and esoteric, it's most of a machine, but you can see there's exposed gears where something wants to be plugged in. And you got a jack over here, and you got a power connector over here. Science has all those connections. How sometimes you got to create boxes that translate from one to the other.
Right.
And so that's why conversations like this really help. Like with the dark.
And the understanding of where did science evolve from.
Yeah. Like
Science is nothing but an evolution.
Yeah. And it constantly changes itself.
Oh, yeah. that something caught my attention real quick. I wanted to check. I gotta remind myself that, when I'm screen sharing, presenting to everyone and screen sharing, that if I change the screen I'm on, it's also going to change on here. But, it's like I said, people just got to be, sometimes you just got to be able to think outside the box before you can actually start to see the patterns of things. And you got to have the same respect that everybody grows speed, their own stage. It's kind of why I like doing this, mixing ideas, mixing concepts, theories. Being able to kind of step into any box that anybody's in so they can actually understand it. So I'm hoping. When I go back and listen, it doesn't sound like it's coming out that complex. It sounds like it's, where everybody can follow it and understand it. Like I said, I can only go by the feedback I get from others that I've watched and left comments or joined in chats. And thus far, it's been a positive experience. Or I've been able to reiterate to help them understand at the level they're at. It's like you pointed out. You got to bring yourself down to the equal footing, find common ground.
Yeah.
Because there's people that's way above me, but yet, I can find common ground to relate to them, to understand what they're saying. Sometimes there's no common ground to be found because they don't want to come down.
Yeah, and you can only go up so high.
Mm-hmm. No matter how much I want to be able to relate, I know there's something there. It's just okay. It's just not that point in time for me to understand that yet. Sometimes that's the perspective we have to have. Don't mean don't listen. Don't mean tune out. Just means realize things come when it's time.
Like the alien.
And only you know when it's that time.
Looking at things through the alien metaphor. Now, as far as there actually being, other entities that have physical existence elsewhere in this universe,
right?
Well, of course, I would consider it ludicrous to think that there are not other entities. But on that side, I don't know. If they visited, they visited. I don't actually have enough knowledge, and I've yet to see anything that's truly compelling.
Right.
To me personally, I would actually have to have an experience myself. What I have had experience with are communications with what a lot of people would call alien, life from another planet in this reality. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I've never really concerned myself with knowing where these things come from. But I have had a few that in some way or another indicated they're from another world, just as physical as this. And they're doing exactly the same thing I do in these cases, is they're just mentally reaching out. They find a pattern to connect to and connect with it.
Oh, I just had a good
but
thought.
Looking at it that way, it helps me understand some things from from ancient times, like where a lot of our gods came from. There's a very good chance that those were actual visitors that came in spacecraft. There's a good chance. I would consider that more likely than non-physical entities taking material bodies. Just knowing how extremely difficult it is to manifest that way. But then we've also got things, what if they can, holographically project? And that's besides the point. That would be just a matter of details. But by exploring the various ways of wrapping my previous understanding into the new alien metaphor, that's given me, I don't know, maybe a dozen different ways to wrap things up Some ways make more sense than others, and sometimes I can wrap a thing one way and it makes sense that way, but it leaves other parts hanging. I wrap it a different way, and as long as I don't keep myself stuck to a single perspective where I say it is this, and I say in this context it is like this, then I seem to be okay.
Right.
Then I can jump and say, okay, well, what about from the other context? And then there's no such thing as contradictions. I don't see any problems or issues. In fact, I would go so far as to say, even in the mind of man, I've yet to find an actual manifestation of a problem. But that would get another whole long drawn out explanation of why. How can I say there is no problem? I don't see anything as being malfunctioning, I should say. It's all functioning the way it's supposed to be, which includes an awful lot of dysfunction. That's part of the function. Just a matter of definition. If I see things from a 10,000 year perspective where my second hand ticks 10,000 years at a time, then a lot of what we look at as bad starts to become obviously good.
Right.
You start to see, well, what came out of that? These two things, these two groups of people clashed. What did that clash reveal to the rest of the people? And when it was all done, how did
emerged from it?
Right, how did these people's beliefs change as a result of that? Do they get more violent, which tells us the clash is not over with yet? Are they getting less violent? Or do they are they more violent on the surface, but less under the surface? You can see things like you can see when a mind starts to really get erratic, that can often tell you the mind is about to begin repairing itself. It's letting go of all of its beliefs. It is going through what we call a mental breakdown as part of a healing process.
Mm-hmm.
Then some of us will look at what's going on in the world right now and say, finally, all of the conflict is surfacing. It's no longer hidden. Of course it's going to be bloody.
Right.
People don't understand any other way to reconcile the differences than to pretend that they have physical bodies to kill. But it's irrelevant. It makes no difference how many kill each other. Their consciousness is not bound to that body in the first place. And so we can safely sit back and say, okay, everything is moving forward. Everything's progressing. And there are no contradictions. But then you get to the closer, more personal level, more normal perspective, and we need to be seeing these problems, and we need to be fixing them. That's part of it too. It's not that we say, well, there are no problems, like some of the New Age movement do. Just think happy thoughts, it'll all be fine. No, if you know how to direct that, of course, that does have a powerful effect. Otherwise, it's just a belief. It's no different than covering your ears or covering your eyes on the train tracks when a train's coming towards you. It doesn't work that way. That's not what is meant by choosing what you observe. That's not at all what is meant by that. So no, it's not like we should just say these problems are made up and we don't need to address them. We should say they are made up, and that's why we need to address them. We don't need to quit making them up. We need to make up so many that we run out of them to make up. That's when we'll move forward. Like, how do some of us know? You've probably seen this yourself. We're going to use our military technology.
Mm-hmm.
We are children with toys. There doesn't seem to, and that's appropriate. It's from that use of that technology, as horrible as it appears in the short term, that's what gives us all kinds of things. Had we not had massive warfare, we wouldn't have most of what we call modern medicine. That's where a lot of it came from. It caused that pressure to force us to learn something new. So at some point, we'll run out of ways to express ourselves through warfare. that's when it will change. Until then, I would say, let's crank it up to 11 and learn it all at once. But that doesn't seem appropriate either. It seems to follow its own rules. It don't really care what we want, in fact, the more I look at it.
No, it's going to happen. One way or the other.
Yeah.
It's going to come about where change is going to happen. I mean, look at all the chaos around us right now. Eventually, something out of that's going to erupt, and it's going to force something to change. Change always comes from the greatest amounts of strife, low points in your life, obstacles, and once you step through that, you see things differently. I mean, like you said, for every plague there was a great invention.
Yeah.
Only a few times in history can we see where there was a quell, a silent period, such as the fall of Rome. Rome had all this technology, roads, aquifers, toilets, baths, and it disappeared, and we kind of sunk what they consider the Dark Ages. And from the Dark Ages, we entered the Middle Ages. But, it seems there is a repetition of that.
Turning knowledge itself into a form of evil kind of didn't help. But during the Dark Ages, the rest of the world was going through a period of unprecedented intellectual growth. The Muslim world at the time, during the Dark Ages, until the burning of the Library of Alexandria, they gave us things like the sextant for navigation. They advanced mathematics. They discovered and rediscovered several times over. And so, the Western world had fallen into the abyss. The Eastern world had just stepped on the gas. And then the Western world, at some point towards the end of it, attempted to delete all of that. And they did actually. I mean, the burning of the library, that was symbolically ideal. That was a symbolically perfect representation. They were completely the people. Let's just take the Crusades. The Crusaders, if you follow the line of logic of destroying the knowledge and doing what they did, would have actually, if they had been able to follow that to a logical conclusion, eradicated and unordered all of the bits of the all itself. They would have undone all possible realities if they'd had the chance.
Right. And you see it. You see this process throughout history too, because then we'll come from that period. Then we come into the Hitler period, the World War II, World War I, Nazis, and stuff. The burning of the books once more. The just trying to destroy the written language. I mean, throughout cultures. I mean, how do you think Christianity became what it became today? It was through the merging of cultures, the conquering of them, to a point, but not subjugating the people, but merging the people with your cultures, and therefore different, slowly older ideas and beliefs faded away. Why? Because one part of that conquering, they were destroying the literature. So all that was left was the verbal. Each generation, which, as things get passed, it loses meaning because it changes. It would be like how I whisper something to you, and we start a gossip chain. By the time it makes it full circle and comes back to me, what I had originally told you has lost its complete meaning from the various other people that it was told to. May implement their experiences, their ideologies, their beliefs, until it comes back to me, and it comes back to me as something completely foreign. I never said that. That's not what I had originally intended to be. And that's, we see that process throughout. We're seeing it happen now on a grand scale, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
What comes out of it, who knows? Something will come out of it. History has shown us that. The energy, the patterns show us something, hence the metamorphosis. The caterpillar becomes the butterfly. Like I said, you can pinpoint these things, and all these things, have their occult meaning. Most of the things that practice of science, they're proving magic.
Yeah.
They're just trying to do it through other means. Basically, what are they doing? They're creating new ritual tools. So now our fucking sword becomes something else. Our wand becomes something else. The chalice becomes something else. But if you take each thing and break them down into their properties and their respective formulas, you'll see the same concept that we practice every day. They need the physical material thing to awaken that in them before they can see the spiritual or the enlightenment of it, to begin to see the patterns. Hence why, been using talking about cell phones, computers, they're just another gateway to access information. They're just another form of frequency vibrations that we can use. They're just new tools. Basically ideas of old tools, of old ritual tools, just in a new form, new light, put in front of everybody's face because, oh, that's so taboo to speak of those things. But when you look at it, there's no reason for any division. Because like I said, it goes back to how I relate energy. And like you said it beautifully too, because we don't recognize energy until we think of it. There. It's a part of us. We don't feel it flowing through us unless we acknowledge it. Therefore, by doing so, we give it meaning, property. In a sense, we give it life and intelligence. It's just another imprint of ourselves.
Yeah, I would say so.
The old saying, history repeats itself. In a sense, it does, but with each repetition, there's an advancement. There's a higher level of understanding and enlightenment that comes from it. Basically, we're going from one sphere of infinity, stepping onto the next. It's just it's an infinite stairway, so to speak. Hence, Led Zeppelin, Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
Same concept. Fiona's ladder. DNA, the helix. Say ladder. The ladder to understanding, enlightenment, and knowledge that we gain and learn through experience, and therefore becomes wisdom. We start shedding, like you put it, we start deleting the old information that no longer has any real meaning. It's basically things that have been used, things that were actually holding us back, shackling us. That was actually holding us in submission.
It's hard too. It's really hard. The usual way is a person wants to think, I don't want, fill in the blank. I don't want to be this way. I don't want to do this. It's impossible to do a not. You can't not do something. The idea is to drop the concept from the mind entirely. So you're not looking at the thing you don't want. You move to, just to keep it simple, you move towards what you want. It's like something to teach people in manifestation, whatever form it.
If they have to do something, what are they going to do?
Right. If you try to make a statement of intent, I don't want to be poor, you just worked magic towards being more poor. Because when it gets translated, it becomes, I do want to be poor, which becomes the I am statement. I am poor. And depending on what the
another,
yeah,
you also look
I
at
have,
not as a let's look at not as another form of creation. It is mother. So therefore, when we say not, we're impregnating not
well,
the mother,
the
and the result of it will be exactly what we didn't want.
kind of, yeah. I'm leaning more towards, I got a couple of perspectives on that, but I'm leaning more towards a very simple psychological fact. Your subconscious does not have any form of the logical operator we call not. It is entirely and or. It may not even have an or operator. That's why it has to be expressed symbolically, not linguistically. There's some concepts that can never be explained through language because of how language containerizes. How do you containerize a process? You cannot do that. If that process is so interwoven into the other processes that it ceases to exist when you detach it, then you're not going to find language to be of any use whatsoever. You must experience it. You must manipulate it directly through the mechanisms given to you in your reality. And your concept of reality, your reality tunnel, as Alan Watts would put it, determines how much you have an effect on. In other words, the simplest way is to say that in the subconscious, it's like a computer program that's designed to strip off erroneous information. As soon as it gets in the subconscious, it strips off the not. Since it's an operator, it cannot. The subconscious has to form, for there to be a not, you must have an and. There's A and B. So for me to choose B that I do not want. But why create B and A in the first place when I can just look at the original without breaking it into A and B? To look at the desired state and to not generate an undesired state, since that requires emotional energy. It's a long, drawn-out process as usual, but I have a hunch that's why when people worry and they think they want away from or they want out of, they want to not be, because of the self-talk that they use, that's why they get more of the same. They're not understanding that to give that message to their subconscious mind, they have to find the pure positive, since the subconscious cannot work in the negative at all.
Right.
I've seen no trace whatsoever that if you come up with a not in a dream, what happens is you create both, which means it's not a not at all, it's an and. To be a not, it would be a potential that's unmanifest. You cannot experience an unmanifest potential. In other words, to experience it, you have to manifest it to decide you don't want to experience it, which means you just experienced it. Try to not think about the pink elephant in your room. Impossible. Somewhere in your mind, you just thought of that pink elephant,
Yeah.
and the whole time you're trying not to think of it, you're going to be thinking of it, creating, it's like self-referential, like circular logic. It's self-referential, I think, is the right word. Something like that. I'm sure a logician or a linguist would play hell with my description and correct me. If there's one out there, please get in here and do it. We'd love to hear you, I think.
Well, it's essentially what we're doing, we're repeating the process of language. We're taking the vowels out. We're creating a word minus the vowels. The vowels are the not. We're turning the creation of the three-letter words such as OMG, we're turning the O into an actual consonant.
That gives a whole new meaning to the Morbid Angel song, Nothing Is Not.
Exactly. What is not? Not is on. You're turning on.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah. You could tell I've had my nose somewhere else the past couple days. When I'm playing on words like that, yeah, I've had my nose somewhere else. Fun. You know, the numeric system of the whole thing, too. You know, like I said, the English language, I always thought was a butcherized language, except now I see it now as it's an evolving language. It's growing.
Somebody pointed it out. It's a YouTube video if I remember it, I'll post it. But it seems that throughout its evolution, the English language has been consistently revised to maintain your gematria type of relationships, like the number for father in how do you put it?
I take it you tuned into one of my videos this week that I posted from YouTube.
I haven't watched any. I haven't watched one since early this week.
Or it woke you,
But
or just reminded you. Yeah, some of this concepts coming in from Santos. He breaks the linguistics down. He's the one actually, because as you said that, he made a reference. I don't remember which video because I watched a couple this week. I'm pretty sure it was in the Red Atom one, the Atom one.
No,
the red and blue thing, other stuff. But he's the one that mentions the English language being
yeah, it's still, yeah. And
becoming the universal spoken language.
Next to, I think, German, if you have complex, abstract ideas to work with. English, while on the surface seems to be so based on material reality, is, as far as I know, the finest language as a technical language, which is why it works according to very well, it uses some really good rules, much like a universal programming language. Mm-hmm. So it's always getting revised. A lot of people wouldn't recognize that. My way is, most of my reading in my life has been high-level technical stuff, all the way from textbooks to manuals for operating things and software to physics books written by the physicists. Obviously, they're logically correct in every way. Used in that manner, I've yet to see anybody argue for a better language. Now, as far as some things, obviously, if you want to understand a principle, it's best to understand it in the language it was written in. Like Hebrew. Hebrew is really good for those things. But I would actually recommend a person might go back even further and get to, well, Sanskrit would be one. Probably the finest one. But I think the entire Egyptian linguistic system, which is more than a linguistic system, hieroglyphs are a lot more than people think. They're beyond even being sigils. There's a layer of meaning you cannot get from hieroglyphs through any manner of translation. You must experience them. A story will play out in your mind, and any attempt to touch it with logic. And that's the interesting thing. The instant you try to translate, you're applying logic. There seems to be a logic to the hieroglyphs that reveals itself only to an open mind. If you attempt to, in other words, if you figure it out, you're wrong. If you think about it, you're wrong. You go blank, stare at it, and get no meaning from it whatsoever, and then walk away, and at some point, some meaning will just come. It really seems to have an aspect to it like that I've never seen in anything other than perhaps the Mayan system of hieroglyphs, but they might have been attempting to copy something and didn't get it quite right. I don't know. I haven't done enough mescaline to comprehend their form of language.
That's one side I delved into a little bit. There's interest there, but I haven't delved into it yet.
Well, those people may have actually been so constantly under the influence that their comprehension may actually not even be useful. I've found that from my own experience with DMT, especially a little bit with psilocybin, but mostly with DMT. It was the most complete. Terence McKenna was right. All concept of what reality is disappears, but your ability to think stays perfectly intact. You just lose concept. You lose, and your mind starts to process a raw fractal pattern, and you can see how this reality unfolds out of that fractal. But this reality is only like a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a percent.
I can look at it another way too.
If they're
I don't know why this
if they were
concept's
staying-
coming to me.
if they were tripping that hard so constantly,
Yeah.
there may be no meaning to be gotten from it unless you want to stay in that state yourself. And I would say it's probably better off to just bail out of a body altogether and make the choice to experience a period of time here without a physical body. I would consider that, which isn't suicide, by the way, although it would appear as such. I found a lot of people do that. They're not committing suicide. Some part of them recognizes they can't do what they came here to do with the body, and so they bail out.
Right.
It's like they ditch the car because it's not working. It would take a tremendously focused consciousness at the higher self level to accomplish that.
Right. Or the I don't know why this even popped in my head just a few seconds ago while you were saying that, but let's compare the Mayans to the Egyptians. Let's look at it on another sense and term. Let's look at more the Mayans, the Incas and stuff, more of a I'd say more than the Mayan, more of a primordial sense, more elemental, primordial, earth-based.
Chthonic. The dead. If anybody was going to work with Cthulhu, it would be them.
To where we get to the more Egyptian stuff, which is more celestial, etheric, astral, mental.
Quetzalcoatl kind of reminds me of the Kundalini energy. And oddly, I've had an experience with what I have labeled Quetzalcoatl in the out-of-body state. And it felt very much like that. Like such a primal energy that it might be a source of what we call life energy, in a sense. I don't know. I've not gotten into their mythology much at all. My experience is just with an entity that literally, one of the few times I called it by name and it responded. Oh, the winged serpent idea is a little different. The appearance that it showed me, it showed me a physical form. It was like a giant space worm that can flare out what amount to panels on the side of it that are in a like, you know, a feather is a fractal pattern too. They get smaller and smaller. So I thought that was interesting. I kind of wonder if the Quetzalcoatl concept, the winged serpent, could at least have that as one of its meanings. That it's like a primal, like you said, that's what triggered that, is you said primal. It's a very primal force, very, root chakra kind of feel to it, earthy to an extreme, to the point of striking me as, I not sinister. I think most people would consider it that. To be the kind of, I don't know, it's just a very, very dense in one hand, very dense feeling to it. But past that, I know very, very little about the South American traditions.
Yeah, I'm the same way, which is kind of probably wrong considering my mom's from Brazil, and like I said, first 10 years of my life, I grew up back and forth, and even lived down there for a couple of years when I was growing up. But yeah, I mean, but I was also introduced to the other aspects of the culture. But I did have interactions with the natives because they would come in town, trade and stuff. It was quite common, especially where we was living in Cruzeiro do Sul. Right across the river, there is a road that goes to Rio Branco, but it travels through jungle, and it's not paved, so. And they would come in. You get the tribes from Peru to come in through that way as well. So you got I experienced dealing with some of the Incas. Mayans are more Central America. So it is an interesting thought. I don't know why it came to me. I've never actually thought of it that way. Maybe it was because I was thinking on the pyramid thing earlier, then it got into the Star of David and this and that, because we do see more of the flat top pyramids when we just start dealing with the Mayans and the Incas. Well, that's a circle square philosophy again, where what is that? It represents more of an earth-based. Where the pyramid, as it points up, is more of a celestial base, which is different ways to look at it. And if you do, from what you do see, you see that the Mayans and Incas, they were more tribal, more animalistic. Even what we've seen in their priest and priestess systems and magical systems, it's more of a animalistic feel. To where we dealing with this Egypt and the temples the pyramids, we're dealing more, you see, even in the imagery, you see more of a celestial nature, the heavenly nature, the heavens, the universe. And for me, it's just, like I said, I've not been drawn more towards the Mayans or the Incas. It's always been the Eastern cultures. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe that is because, we're taught to step out of this world and to climb. There's no digression. So maybe might have been one of the first forms of earthly magic, earth magic, primordial, elemental, even though they still all play a part no matter what you practice. No matter what it is a part of us. I watched a little bit on that stuff, studied a little bit, but not as far as their language goes. I've never even seen it. I just know their hieroglyphs. They look more, like I said, they're more primordial, more animalistic.
Yeah, very much so. On the animalistic side. I'm not sure what to think. I'd have to go and study and experience and explore on my own. I got a kind of weird sideways and backwards way of approaching everything.
Right.
A lot of purists in the occult world, that they hate talking to people like me. It's almost like they consider it sacrilege. I'll slice and dice and mix things from this and that. I'm the kind of person I would not have.
Which I don't get that, because that's what we're supposed to do anyway.
I would mix Christianity, Satanism, Thelema, and Hinduism in the same bunch. I would invite all their gods to have dinner with me too. I'd eat dinner with God, with the devil, and Jesus at the same time, and treat them both as equals. Unless they stand up and do something I don't like. I'll always exercise.
In a sense, that's what we're taught, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, we're taught, there's truth in all things, everything. We're also taught to take from those things and make it our own.
I wonder if all of the bullshit belief systems are actually there just to weed out the people not willing to risk death to learn. I've often wondered that. If it's just there to test people, to see, are you willing to be humiliated, cast out, possibly even killed, to know? Are you that serious about it? I don't know.
Well, I think we as human beings, we tend to can actually see that process, because we tend to either have to be forced into something before we learn it.
Yep.
Or it's through a harsh event. School of Hard Knocks. Perfect example. Perfect saying. It just seems like we have to learn that way before we open up. So yes, I can see the process,
yeah.
The purpose of a I don't want to use control, but of a form of control to push you to think. Then there's some that's where dogma comes in. They don't want you to think, because if you do, you realize, you start seeing the patterns, you start seeing the loopholes in their philosophies and ideas that has nothing to do with anything but that, to control. And therefore they can, like I said, religion's nothing but a way to control the masses through fear, hate, and various other things. There is truth in all religions. mainly because of how things evolved, how history played out, the merging of cultures, the conquering and forced mergings.
Religions and governments will control the masses until the masses quit being a mass and become individuals that know how to control themselves.
Right.
And certainly those who want to control others will take advantage of it. And for the time being,
right,
I would consider that I would actually rather, I don't believe for one instant, by the way, that there's one group of people that control this planet. It's too chaotic.
No.
I've seen what a small group
everybody's on their own agenda.
Yeah. It's bands of thugs left and right. You got mafias over here, governments over there, religions on the left. You got everybody everywhere. Nobody's pulling the strings.
The only time they really converge to actually pull like that is when they want something to go in a direction that benefits them, like the same mindset.
Yeah.
That surpasses their own agendas.
Well, it benefited them.
The greater good.
It benefited them. They couldn't be mega wealthy if we didn't have countries like America where, yeah, I mean, we look at the poor, we see that gap. But it's not trickle down economics. That's a myth. It's not that. It's something more fundamental. For them to get what they want, they have to give us a lot of what we want, if you want to look at it as us and them.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I'm not really concerned that the real deep power structures, I'm not concerned about them at all. They may be good, they may be evil, I don't know. But I have no concern about them whatsoever. It's the ones that want to play power games.
Right.
I mean, there's a limit to a person who wants power bad enough can only get so far. They can only get enough of, they can get a huge illusion of power. Of course, they can get an entire nation under them, a huge empire even, but there's limits to it. And I think I do think it has to do with the fear factor. For a person to want to be that dominant, it's not natural to want to be that dominant. A bit of dominance is totally natural. But to be dominant, no matter what the cost, is a made-up belief, and it's based on fear. At some point, they would have to face their fear or be destroyed by it. There is no other way. I have never seen any other way for a human drama to play out. Maybe there are some that I've not seen. I mean, there's a lot in this world I haven't experienced, but I've never seen a human drama that involved power and dominance that did not have a self-limiting factor. And that may be a rule that's just as firm as, the law of gravity. You will always, if you go down that road, you will always get this result in the same way. If I push this mouse off my desk, unless some other force interferes, which itself will have to follow the laws of physics, it's going to hit the ground. If I throw it hard enough, it's just going to bounce more before it hits. So, but that being said, as far as this being just back to something a little simpler, this being an age of secrets being revealed, yes, indeed, both sides. As this, what we consider a hideous governmental security and surveillance apparatus emerges and does its thing, the citizens have their own equal counterpart and actually may have come first. And remember, when you get right down to it, all government employees are the people too. There's no one on earth who's not the people. Even if they come from another planet, just by being here, in some way their fate is wound up with ours. And perhaps even the ones we consider the evil elite, who would certainly, a lot of them, I guarantee you, they take delight in the suffering of others. I've known people like that personally. I assume that's probably even bigger among people who have almost godlike power. Like Nero said, to paraphrase, if I suffer no, there's only one kind of entity that does not suffer consequences of its actions, and that is a god. Was it Nero or Caligula? One of the two.
Nero.
Okay. I mean, there's people in this world that have never paid really anything of they've never suffered a consequence unless they made tripped and fell or something like that.
Right.
They want to get somebody killed just because they think they're ugly. They do it. The person's dead. They see the body. They may even have the head delivered on a stake. They suffer no consequence other than delight. Of course, there's people like that, and they do what they do. And it would not surprise me to find, as they have in the past, and we know through historical records at least, we know that people have behind the scenes played entire nations against each other, actually entire empires against each other. We've got chess masters.
In a sense, that it's needed, because through that it stimulates a new era, a new stage of growth. Sometimes you have to experience that to force the change to come about.
Yeah, and I would say,
so I mean, we can never get rid of that.
If people are blind,
they have their purpose and role to play.
Yeah, I would say if the people are blind enough and gullible enough to be led that way, then it's probably better that they are being led that way. I would hate to see, well, actually I do see all the time. As much, and I'm a self-professed anarchist of a particular type. Although I do, as far as a form of self-governance, I would tend towards voluntarism. But as an anarchist, this is kind of a hard pill for me to swallow. Until people grow into it, until people get over, if they'll go and ask mommy and daddy or for help, or if they'll ask a bank for a loan, I don't think they're mature enough. And I would rather see order come in the form of an imposed top-down tyranny than I would the all-out chaos that we see. We've seen what happens many times over. What happens when people try to either intentionally or accidentally by destroying the power structure. What actually happens in this world today and in our past when we have genuine anarchy. That is not at all the kind of anarchy. That is just sheer chaos. And chaos has its place as a way of change. But no, I much would prefer that it, in the same way I much prefer to be in a car that has the wheels attached. It's a coherent structure. It gets somewhere. Otherwise, you just, you look like an idiot trying to go somewhere. You'll melt the hubs if they even touch the ground. I've seen the level of animalistic behavior of the average person, even the well above average person. And I think I have to include myself in this too, are still more animalistic and uncontrolled and out of touch with what really, in other words, they don't know themselves. And I can say with some degree of personal confidence, I'll say I believe that if a certain fragment of society that wants to just tear down all government structures succeeded, I think that nature would have to find another planet to play this experiment on. It may take us 50,000 years to a few million years for anything as intelligent as us to emerge. I am quite confident we would absolutely annihilate everything possible. Just because you've got people that don't care. They have no view of the future. They're so eaten up with their own anger that they don't even comprehend anything outside of their anger. They would launch all of the nukes if they had the ability to. They're incapable of thinking ahead and even realizing that, wow, I'm going to have to breathe that air too. They're suicidally out of touch, where they would commit suicide at a planetary scale without even realizing it, and maybe not caring if they did realize it. I've seen people that would, and a couple of them they ended their own lives. They would have done that just for grins, just like a 2-year-old kicking the blocks because they don't know how to build. And they would destroy everything. And I think at the soul level or higher self level, you actually have some people or entities that are so de-evolved. If they had the power, they would destroy even their own source of creation, which is the all itself. So I think part of this actually centers around the guaranteed survival of this living organism we call the all or God. It depends on that order. And it's only from that perspective, by the way. Otherwise, I consider all forms of imposed, enforced structure like that to be an abomination. But it's only in that one context that I do. Otherwise, I say we should be rid of it. And personally, I think we could automate almost all of it anyway. But that would bring us into technology again and out of the occult.
Right. Oh, and no, I can still find occult aspects of it because it's just another form of creation.
Oh, yeah.
They have to, in a sense, they have to do that to force, it's a manifestation of a creation. From it comes a new perspective, a new way, because in the end, it always cycles back through to where we have a better understanding. What's a better understanding? We look at it throughout history. We don't it says some things we do not repeat. We grow, we learn. Through it always comes a movement of higher understanding, higher knowledge, and I think it's just a natural progression of things. We're always going to have those that's going to set these things in motion because they're needed to force creation, to force us to evolve.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to have to fall back and go relearn the lesson of using stone tools and not even having fire again. Not as a whole, not as a species. I mean, you could get people on islands that have to resort to that. But I don't see it's even possible we could not get blasted back to the Stone Age. I mean, if one average American house survives, it wouldn't take more than a decade for smart people, because there would still be people alive with their technical knowledge to reproduce everything we have today. I have a feeling we could actually almost scour the planet, and just with the remnants of our tech that's left, rebuild in probably less than a century. Maybe as short as 10 years, given some of the tech I've seen. I've seen some tech that's outside of industry insider information people aren't aware of, that's ordinary robotic tech. We got nothing. Man, I can just reassure you, nobody that's alive today, excepting for a few people that are near the end of their life or get caught up in a war, nobody needs to worry about scarcity for much longer. It's a done deal. It exists, and I don't see nature ever moving backwards. I don't trust man, but I do trust nature. And I've yet to see a sign that we can actually defy nature. We can just pretend really good. So as long as nature keeps doing what nature does, I'm confident. Doesn't mean I'm confident about a positive or negative direction. Forward could be very negative from a human perspective. That's what the metaphor of the Borg and Star Trek was all about. They lose their humanity, but even that, I mean, if you look at, that is a logical way of progression. And no, the Borg do not destroy records, by the way. They're a perfect mechanism for preservation. They just have a kind of weird way of deciding what to use at the time.
Right.
That, and they did manage to get an ego structure in the form of their, that manifestation of their collective that separated itself out. I forget what it called itself. It was that it came through a female persona. It was the voice of the all, but it had actually become enough of a structure to be a tyrant. And the board themselves were against that. If you've ever followed the whole progression,
Right.
the whole
It's been a while.
storyline. So the board preserved many species that would have probably been on the verge of wiping themselves out. So even from that perspective, on a long enough,
became a Noah's Ark.
yeah, on a long enough timeline, once they managed to get, some human traits back, emotion and that sort of thing, they started to explore other things. But they also rediscovered war. They'd never been to war with it. They hadn't been at war with themselves in ages until they developed unique personalities again. So I think there's some powerful lessons in that. We could go that direction.
Right. Well, I mean, it goes back to some of the discussions we had. Let's look at George Lucas. I mean, he was ahead of his time. If you look at the stuff he did with the original Star Wars, before there was CGI, to the CGI stuff, you still can barely tell the difference.
Oh, yeah. He was a master.
Just like Walt Disney, he was a master.
He also,
I mean, you can see.
I like Disney.
You can see actually aspects of the occult in it.
I like Disney in a sense, but I can't deny, there's a reason the Nazis went to Disney to teach them how to do some things when they realized Donald Duck sold more war bonds than everything else combined. A lot of people don't know Disney was a prime source for propaganda methods and techniques.
He created it in a sense.
Yeah.
I mean, he modernized it. Let me rephrase. Yeah. It's always been around. He just modernized it. What is it? What am I thinking of? Is it Sleeping Beauty or looking in the mirror, seeing the reflection? It's the magic mirror. It's showing you the opposite. It's also showing you the scrying aspects of it.
I would say Disney was a true adept.
Oh, he was.
Of an old tradition. And I noticed an awful lot of Pythagorean to him, too. Or at least, maybe it's just because of there's a short video, I think it's about 10 or 15 minutes, where Donald Duck is showing the pentagram, Pythagorean theorem, a few other things like that. Have you seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that one. I do, however, I didn't have a choice with I helped raise 3 kids, but if I had it to do over again, I would never put a Disney movie in front of a child at a young age. I'll wait till they're already an accomplished occultist.
Exactly.
Just because I would want them out of that system, I wouldn't want them influenced by it. I would want them to be influencers, not influenced. That's why you find the elite do not watch. They may be aware of some TV shows and watch some. Universally, there's reasons they don't eat the same foods we eat. They don't watch TV. They don't do most of what we do. It's because they created it. They know what it's
Jobs, for example, the iPad.
The what?
For example, the iPad. He created it.
Oh, yeah.
And he wouldn't let. He publicly said he would never let his children use an iPad.
Yeah, he knew what they were about. He helped create it. Yeah.
I'm a little bit different on the Disney aspect. I also think Disney also keeps the magical tradition alive through the symbology and the stuff, especially the older stuff. It's relaying the information, awakening them. It's not so much programming them. But yes, with certain things, I think there's a stage and age where you want to introduce that, not so much at the younger stage. More, well, I don't know. I'm different on that one because I see the occultic aspects of it. I see it as a training tool, teaching tools, awakening. There's it's going back just using sigils again.
Yeah, I do too. I do too, but I would not choose Disney's material as training material. I would use it as case study. If you want to manipulate people's minds through animation, here is a good old-fashioned way to do it, but we've got better ways to do it. But I don't know that, now I may change this. There's a lot of stuff about it I don't know. I haven't explored it fully. But as I stand today, no, I wouldn't expose him to it. Although it's because of his, personally, I think that whole bunch with Disney, I don't know about Walt Disney himself. I think they were on the dark side of it, 100%. And while, yeah, it could be used as a training tool, in the same way that giving a person small doses of rat poison could, be an attempt to toughen their body.
Right.
Maybe, but I think there's better ways. And a lot of that comes from modern Disney. And when I look at it from now and go backwards in time with it.
I agree on the modern Disney aspect. I 100% agree. No, never. Because, me and you can relate on this. We can take the cartoons that we grew up with. Now see them today. They portray completely the opposite of what we see.
Yes. No,
the symbology has changed.
On more general terms, though, I think that since we are biological, we are animals, I think that the early stages of a child's development should be in a natural pattern-rich environment. And this actually is just a more basic beef I've got with most of what we call child entertainment and children's toys especially. As good as they are, they're high quality, but the Fisher-Price and Little Tikes and other toys like that, they're simple, solid colors. Where in nature do you find anything that's not rich with pattern? Dirt. It has texture. It feels, touch. You can feel it. You can taste it. You can hear it when you scoop it up and put it down. A pine cone has patterns to it. And I think it's vital for the biological part of a human being to be exposed to those patterns first. And I think that's why we get a lot of children that are raised in artificial environments where everything is smooth, nothing's sharp, there's no richness to anything. They look at it and it's just from one end to the other, it's a solid color with 2 or 3 little geometric shapes to it. I think that's the adult's idea of what a child wants, but nature wants the child to see almost, nature provides almost hallucinogenic richness of pattern. Just look at a leaf.
Right.
Look at the wing of an ant. But a cartoon ant, it might have something in the way of veins in it, but it's probably just going to be something that shows us, it's just going to be, a little hoop drawn on a frame with something to show a little glimmer bouncing off of the membrane of the wing. You're not going to get that interplay of light where if you hold an ant wing a few feet away from you and the sunlight hits it just right, you can actually get one of those beams of color, like a rainbow beam to hit your eye. And all of a sudden you're using the wing like a mirror and you're getting a fractal pattern right directly in your eyeballs that takes up your whole field of vision. And I think the brain physically requires it to learn how to wire itself the right way. I would not allow a child to experience television to any great degree more than just an occasional viewing of it or anything in video form for a few years at least. I wouldn't buy them very many. Of course I would give them toys. They'd have lots of modern toys. Even I'd probably give them a tablet and just control the apps that are on it. So I might do that. But they'd be out every day. They would know what dirt felt like and looked like and tasted like. For one thing, you get a lot of very vital bacteria from dirt. A lot of people don't know that. That's why eating dirt's kind of healthy. It helps get your intestinal ecosystem in order and check. You gotta be careful though. Little bits of dirt that can really, really boost an immune system. Especially if you get it from an inch down, you get some of the anaerobics. But anyway, so a lot of my beef on those things has to do with, they have a false bit of simplicity. And at the stage where the child is like a raw input system, they build their patterns based on anything they see. I don't think that it's helpful for them to be exposed to so many characterized voices. And a rabbit on a screen is not like a rabbit in the real world. And I think that that causes a tremendous difficulty when they become adults and how to integrate with the reality and around them. So part of my beef has nothing to do with the occult. It has to do with what I think the brain is wired to do. And until we rewire the brain, we're not going to get around that. That's a limitation. No amount of pretending that these things that parents think are good for their children are good is going to make them good. So if you want your kid to understand English, don't read them Dr. Seuss books, as good as they are. Dr. Seuss books are for adults, I would say. Children can get a little bit from them.
You bring up a good point.
I would read quantum physics to a child. Let them hear, let their brain wire itself to properly spoken logical English first. And only that. Don't give it that. It's like, don't give that kid their first piece of cake on their first birthday. Don't expose them to that addictive compound until later in life, when they're more prepared to deal with addictive compounds.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I agree for the most part, except for a few things. But you touched on the key point. And science has proven this. Psychologists have proven this. At certain ages, they're more susceptible to certain learning centers, like language. You can teach them multiple languages at Earth when they reach that stage. I can't remember what it is. It's been a long time since I've studied that. But you guys can go look it up. There's plenty of studies on there where at certain age periods, language, they'll retain it, remember it. Same way with, that's where I do agree with you on the aspect. There's certain times where you should introduce stuff, and there's some things we probably shouldn't be introducing them. My thing with the other thing, you also got to remember, the key thing to the occultism is the imagination. A lot of that stuff it's how you trigger their imagination, teach them to have that imagination. When's the appropriate time? I do not know. But I do agree with you on that aspect. We need to relearn. By doing so, we're actually keeping them away from being programmed, but at the same time, we're allowing them to program themselves at the appropriate age and times.
Yeah.
To where this stuff will actually be more retained.
I should have added to that. Some exposure, I think, is important. And that's not exposure to any specific thing. It's just children are going to come into contact with their other friends and when they visit places.
Yeah.
And I don't think that to keep them in a vacuum where they're unaware of the existence of these things. But just to play, for one thing, to play on, if you work it right and earn your children's respect, they'll practically idolize you. And you don't even have to show a dislike of anything. They'll just tend to favor. You can use your own self as a guide to direct them on how to use what they find. And I think that they just would prefer the higher quality input until they come to recognize certain distinctions, probably around 6 to 8 years old. Then I would say, hey, now you're mostly on your own. There's some things that I might not want you to see and I will control, but for the most part, now it's your choice, kid. What do you want to watch? Do you want to watch anything? And I have a hunch that they would still tend more towards the deep
age appropriate.
Right, and the deeper things.
Right.
They would probably not, without having the social, a lot of our cartoons especially, they depend on little social cues about what humor is. I think if a kid was kept in a vacuum to that and they were not programmed to respond to those types of humor and to see things more factually, I think that they just wouldn't get into some humor is good. Some humor I think actually destroys intelligence. Absolutely, it obliterates intelligence. To me, it's one way of a person who's all of a sudden feeling weak and powerless, trying to get away with hurting somebody, where only everybody else laughs, but the person gets hurt, even if they're laughing with them.
Well, plus we got to keep in mind, it goes back to the old saying, see things through the child's eyes as a child, because a child is most open and most innocent in the early ages, up until they get programmed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
They see the world, and they actually see reality in the world for what it really is. They're so in tune with it. They're still part of it. So
that's why they'll ask their parents such hard questions. They see through the bullshit.
And I pointed that out I think last week, in the parables. In the Bible, Jesus says, to understand my parables, understand this, you need to see it through a child's eyes.
Yes. Completely untainted and uncolored by all that nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
In other words,
in a sense,
kind of to view things as if you have no knowledge, to see them fresh, like you just popped out of the womb yesterday.
Right.
I have no knowledge, no beliefs. Now what do things look like? So I don't know. I've never accomplished that for all my years of trying. I always still have a trace of beliefs and illusions and just straight up erroneous information. It's fun anyway. It's fun to play with.
But it does, like I said, it is something to think on because, look at all the stuff. I mean, when Steve Jobs flat out says he will never let none of his children will ever touch or use an iPad, what's that tell you?
Yeah.
I mean, it goes back to what I was saying about frequencies and stuff. I mean, it goes back to the old saying. You can create whatever you want. Somebody along the road is going to find a way to use it in the wrong way.
Oh, hell yeah.
The greatest inventions turned out to be some of the most dangerous inventions.
Yep, the classic example. The atom. Atomic energy or atomic weapons.
Yep.
Which our only problems with atomic energy, by the way, have to do with cost cutting. It could be done cleanly, but it's more expensive. That's the only reason it's not. There's so many different technologies they could use to. They went with for one thing the old style of reactors. They use them because they can create weapons grade material, not because they're clean, and that's why we get Fukushima.
But I think we're starting to see that cycle come to an end as well.
Yeah, I think even the big
go back
wigs
to more harnessing the Earth's energies, the wind, the solar,
Yeah, I think they're all there for us to use, and we learn by using them. Like oil. I have no opinion on the use of oil. It's there. We're going to use it until for our plastics. One of the first things that was discussed when they started to talk about mining in space is not mining rocks. We got lots of stuff you get from rocks. They want to get a little further out, just outside, I think outside the Oort cloud. There are vast clouds of hydrocarbons the size of galaxies, also known as crude oil, that does not come from petrified forests. It's not old dinosaurs that died. It rained down from the sky. There's vast interstellar clouds of hydrocarbons. So, no, I don't see it as necessarily bad. How it's used, of course. And they emphasize use more and more and more. Don't save. Don't try to get every last year you can out of your cell phone, which is, about probably 30 to 40% made out of oil. They say use them up fast. Here, we're even going to give you a bonus. You've only had it for 3 months. Well, here, you can get it the newest, best phone, half price, after 3 months on contract, 6 months on contract. Well, okay, I would consider that a waste, personally. I mean, but in 20, maybe 50 years, we're going to be mining our trash piles anyway. We're going to be mining the landfills, and they're going to turn out to be wonderful sources of raw materials that we've been refining over a few hundred years. So I think I'll come full circle. But where we start to get into trouble when we cut corners, okay, we take atomic energy and we start to use it inappropriately. Just to sum it all up, is inappropriately. Now we get something that it's not used to its full potential for good, and we pray to the gods that it never gets used to its full potential for evil. So we're kind of stuck in a half-assed one way and half-assed the other way. We just don't seem to ever do anything quite right. We got a source of energy that could have made good on its promise, but because some of the primary vendors, they got the people in a vendor lock-in, they got entire nations in a vendor lock-in, and they never innovated. They used the dirtiest possible reactor technology just because they got another benefit. In other words, they used the good to get evil out of it. They used a way of generating power as a way to generate the material for war. Now that, I think, is totally inappropriate. Aside from that, yeah, I tend to agree.
Right. Has anybody got any questions?
Looks like it just might be me and you on now. I think we got one person listening.
Yeah, I think people have been jumping in and out all night.
Yeah.
We've had one steady person that stayed in. But I think I'm going to get ready to wrap up the stream. I'm actually tired.
If I stay on any longer, I'll start drifting more towards the tech side that I'm working on right now.
Yeah.
I got a website. I've got my home site. I've got to finish it's mostly complete. I just don't have the publicly facing. I got a couple of pages I want to present with a totally different theme and everything to the public. And so that's where my mind is trying to go constantly today. So yeah, you want to wrap it up? That's cool with me.
Yeah, if nobody's got any questions, don't want to questions. I think it's a good point to wrap it up. We've covered quite a little bit anyway tonight. Plus, like I said, I'm starting to actually get tired. Which is probably just because like I said, I showed you at the beginning of the stream, I showed you guys what I've been working on, so that's kind of, in itself can be a little draining when you're actually working on stuff like that, especially when it comes to sigil magic and applying multiple layers and levels into it.
Oh, you put your all into it.
It is a bit. But from it sprung forth some interesting conversations tonight, so I had fun. I haven't decided if I'm doing an open discussion tomorrow night, so if you guys, Want to find out, just tune in, subscribe to the channel so you get updates, notifications, or I'll post if I go live, so I might take tomorrow off. I doubt it, though. I know me.
Huh.
Something will come up, and I don't want to talk about it.
You cross that bridge when we get there, right?
Yep. But to everyone, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Feel free to like, share, and leave comments after you watch it. Something strikes your interest, leave a comment. I'll get to it. And I'll answer it or cover it in another video for you. And that, you guys have a good night. I am going to end that broadcast right there.